hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. The time will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
You bitches!
Right here.
You heard it from me!
Oh, white supremacists!
That's right.
Brown people!
I hope you can see through those thick-ass glasses that you fucked up. You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face. And if you don't like it, fuck you. You bitches!
Right here.
You heard it from me.
Oh, white supremacists!
That's right.
Brown people!
I hope you can see through those thick-ass glasses that you fucked up. You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face. And if you don't like it, fuck you.
Hello, sorry, pro streamer move. Um, yeah, that guy's cool as hell. Dress is cool as hell too. Jack, you're muted. I unmuted. There's like a delay, so you guys keep harassing me about being muted like 5 seconds after. Ugh, ugh. How we all doing, folks? Yeah, I was silenced by ice. Um How we all doing, folks? Yeah, that guy's an absolute Chad. Whew. Can you say hit to... Oh, can I say hi to an anonymous jazz dad? Hello, jazz dad. In YouTube chat. I can hear you, but I think you should know you're muted. Nah, that's just my normal complexion. How long is the delay? It's like a handful of seconds. It feels like an eternity when I see you guys continuing to tell me that I have like a sound issue after I've tried to correct it, but you know. All right. Hello, my name is Mud. Hello, Samantha's Trains. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, my name is Mud. You got 2 hellos. Damn, I already fucked up. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Super Jet Guy. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Broadway Gamer. Hello, Mathatiahu. Hello, Small Frog. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, D-Dub, that's what we're going with. D-Dub. Hello, Gamer G. Hello. How we all doing today? Hello, Zena Grills. Or Xena Grills, as the case may be. Hello, Murphio. I actually really like the name Murphio. Reminds me of Rufio. I like it. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello, Magan H. Hello, Begrackled. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Ember Wiggin. Hello, Gwenifer Forever. Hello, Sylvie. Hello, S.A. Mo. Hello, Gay Asparagus. Hello, the gal with a plan. Hello, Samantha's Trains. Hello, Burning Sock. Hello, Latzia, hello CPND, hello Empress Eris, hello Starm, hello Lemony fucking Snicket, hello Blueberry Bumblebees, hello Red Bomber, hello Becoming Tanya, hello T-Lafe, hello Barbara Reed. I don't know why I had such a hard time reading that on the first try. Barbara Reed. Hello Failsafe, hello Yannick de Newborg. Hello, Bockel. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Kiba into Fur. Hello, Danger Vince. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, Renthur. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Erica. Hello, Webmage101. Hello, Feistiest Bard. The feistiest bard I ever done seen. Hello, how we doing, Punk Monk? I regret that I cannot go to a protest in Houston tomorrow because I'm working that morning. Well, I'll give you maybe some other things you can do for the course of today's stream. Hello, just to be here. It's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday just to be here. Happy birthday to you, and many more. Hello, Pirate Amir. Hello, Sonic. Hello, Zoe Bryn. Hello, Keith Scone. Hello, Damned Sputnik. Hello, Sage. That's really hard to say so fast. Hello, Denovian. Hello. Yeah, we got Sonic the Hedgehog, I presume. There's no other explanation. Hello. Folks, I do want to say, we are almost to our secondary goal, just right off the bat, give you guys a state of where things are just regarding support for the stream. We're almost to our secondary goal of Milo Yiannopoulos being interviewed by the church militant, which is I think going to be a very funny time. Additionally, our stretch goal after that will be a watch along of what is it, the guy with the fish head, the what is it? We're gonna be the fish head sketch. What happened to alt hist? We're gonna be doing that too. Holy mackerel! Thank you. So basically, the premise here is at some point when things stop thinging quite so hard, we're gonna have a fun little just weirdo stream where I finally provide what I have promised all of you and fulfill the bargain. Okay. So we're gonna be doing a Rudyard What If Alt Hist, just insane guy talking about why he thinks the Unabomber was right. An insane guy, I should add, that is boosted by Elon Musk. And then we'll do Milo Yiannopoulos trying to explain how he's definitely not gay anymore while looking like the gayest man that's ever lived in his interview with the church militant. And finally, after that, we will be watching through the entirety of the Holy Mackerel series from the Church Militant, which is bizarre. For those of you who don't know what the Church Militant was, it's basically a far-right conservative Catholic outlet that doesn't believe in Vatican II and wants to, essentially, it's basically like if you had a Catholic version of the Westboro Baptist Church that for some reason punched way above its weight when it came to actual influence. So I think those three things will be really fun, actually. The Holy Mackerel sketches are actually kind of funny. And I've never seen them, but chat thought that it would be fun to do. So there you go. There you have it.
Maximum BWA.
Yo!
Keep making fun of ICE and the GOP.
T-Lave, thank you for the $2 Canadian and for being the first person today to support stream financially. Just beating out Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to support the stream with 5 tier 1 subs and by inventing the undergirding technology that allows this stream to even exist in the first place. So I appreciate both of those things. Oof. I hear Minneapolis is basically being invaded by the feds. Yeah, it feels really unsafe to be here right now. They've been setting up checkpoints along the highways leading out of town, and seem to be pulling over. I had to thank T-Lave before I could finish my dono. I'm sorry. Checkpoints like ID stops? No, like as in they have like agents in cars that are pulling over people who look non-white. They've also been raiding like supermarkets in the area and just like assaulting US citizens. We'll talk about it. But it feels extremely unsafe to be out and about right now. Yeah, crazy Capricornus. We'll talk about it. Don't you worry. I've kept my eye on it all day. It sucks. But I do want to just start off with Sorry, someone just sent me. Okay, I think we're good on that. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Oof, Rhymejack, congrats on watching 100 streams in a row. My god. The Segocephalian, I don't know what Perch Perkins. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I'm old. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to just jump in, talk about some stuff? Got a couple. Well, I guess I should tell you guys what the structure of today's stream is basically going to be. So we're going to open up with a handful of just short stories I don't want to spend a ton of time talking about. Then we're going to get into talking about Renee Good, the aftermath. Oh, excuse me. And then we'll be talking a little bit about Greenland. We'll be talking about Renee Good. Then we'll be talking and covering just kind of an organizing meeting, I guess, that Indivisible put together, which I think will be really, really helpful for folks. And on top of that, afterwards, we'll talk about Greenland and some additional content. I have tried to add little fun things between some of these harder segments. Do I have a good example of one here? Yeah, I do. Here's just a little trailer of one example of what I have in store for you guys here. Also, CPND, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Thank you very, very much. My half Puerto Rican niece got stopped on the way to her car at a community college in Western New York by ICE. She ignored them, got in her called the police, and they asked ICE for a warrant and then made them leave. Of course, they didn't have a warrant because she's a U.S. citizen, born and raised. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. My partner, is visibly not white, right? I am scared every single time she goes out of the house these days. It's really disturbing, and I don't like I don't like the air of fear that is pervading this area, you know? It makes me really angry. Yeah, one of these days I'll be able to tell you guys a lot more about what I do in my day-to-day life, but that makes all of this so much worse. But I can't tell you guys about that today. Hope you're doing well during these trying times. I'm doing terribly. My sleep schedule is fucked. I haven't been able to sleep consistently, since it happened for several days. Just like she's scared every time you leave the house, at least I would be. Yeah, my partner has told me to my face that she is scared every time I leave the house. You know, it's yeah. And Sam and Moose, we have been bunkering down for the last several days. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and glaze y'all about the experience. It's scary. But here's a good example of what I'll be breaking up segments with today.
The mayor on the bus says, hello friends, hello friends, hello friends. The mayor on the bus says, hello friends, all through the town.
Uh-oh, there's a baby on the bus.
Oh my God.
What does the baby say?
Where? The baby on the bus says, where?
It's so fucking cute.
The baby on the bus says, where? All through the town.
Oh, and there's a mommy.
The mommy on the bus says,
Good
the
job.
mommy on the bus says,
Baby's born.
all through the town.
And there's the daddy.
The daddy on the bus says, I love you, I love you, I love you. The daddy on the bus says, I love you, all through the town.
And the moms and the
The Sharia law is here. It's shushing a baby on the bus.
The mayor
Oh god, it's really cute. God. It's really, really, really cute. Let me see here. Okay. I think we'll reverse this. Bring this up. There we go. Okay. All right, folks. Yeah. Okay. You guys ready for us to jump into just some quick news bits? Combination of just insanely stupid and good news. And also bad news. You know, just kind of a little grab bag. Little quick hits. You guys ready? Sure. I should open up my energy drink before we get too big into this. Bad news first? Nah, I'm gonna open with good news first. We've had enough bad news for a little bit. Can we breathe first? Sure. All right. Cool. Let's jump into it, shall we? Ugh. All right. Cool. So, folks, real quick, I just wanted to talk about one of the wins we've had recently, because I know looking at the news in general can feel like, oh my god, the sky is falling. We're everywhere, you know, democracy is disappearing. But we are winning, okay? Here, judge blocks Trump effort to pull election funding for states that don't adjust voting forms. This was one of the methods by which people were worried about Donald Trump canceling elections or essentially manipulating elections through, the federal branch and or using his executive power. And this is, again, the third ruling against this executive order, so it has been making its way through the courts. But this seems like one of those cases that he's not being set up to win here, as increasingly the cases winding up in front of the Supreme Court have been, again, time and time rejected by almost all the lower courts. And the Supreme Court generally wants to hold on to some degree of legitimacy by, not constantly countermanding lower courts. So it's interesting to see this happen. It's interesting to see this unfold. And I don't think ultimately he's going to be able to manipulate these elections the way he wants to. And I think that's ultimately a good thing. But basically, he was trying to use this to get certain reforms passed on the state level. And among those, he wanted to have voter registration forms and voting systems changed to be in compliance with what he thinks they should be, which of course is going to benefit him. And not only that, keep in mind, states control their elections. So basically he's trying to illegally withhold funding for elections to take place at all, by saying, oh no, you have to have it the way I want them. And it's not working. It's not he's not succeeding. And I think that this is particularly great. I think that Donald Trump not being able to unilaterally control our elections is an unambiguously good thing. And if we do see this court case show up in front of the Supreme Court and have this overturned, we're going to be looking at almost a completely different kind of ball game around organizing and whatnot. But until that happens, we're doing all right. Voter registration forms, Robber Ad said. Basically, if he changed the voter forms or voter registration forms, it would then potentially invalidate some people from voting, potentially require re-registration, throwing up a bunch of the barriers that make it harder and harder to vote, which disproportionately benefits Republicans. So there you have it. I think it's good. Let me know what you think down in the comments. And with all that being said, join your local Dems. We need to get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. And folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. How do we deal with the Supreme Court essentially being gone for the rest of our lives? We do what I yell about every single stream. We do what I yell about every single stream. We get organized. If you're upset about the status of the Supreme Court and you're upset about lifetime appointments, we can do stuff about that. If you're upset that these Republicans on the court have effectively abandoned rule of law and are making it up as they go, we can do something about that. We are not powerless little babbies. When we organize and we get people in power in the Democratic Party who actually give a damn, we can actually do things. We could pack the court. We could set term limits. We could impeach existing justices. There are a number of different avenues we can take to curtail what the Supreme Court has done. It is not going to be an easy process or a short process, but in the aftermath of what we are currently looking at, it is going to be a necessary process. So what you need to do is you need to start local and you need to build up that grassroots power, which entails showing up to boring ass meetings. It entails, protesting. It entails, joining your DSA, joining your local Dems, and showing the fuck up. But even if we organize, they will crush us with the flick of a wrist. Look, I don't have patience for this argument. I just don't. So it has been since time immemorial. Sorry. Oh no. It's a struggle. Yeah, it's a struggle that millions, if not billions of people have thrown their lives into. We're just the next ones. And you know what? We are winning. Doesn't look like it, but hey, do you live in a company town? Are the Pinkertons showing up and killing your family and torching your house? No. We are winning. Like, I'm sorry, but your basic rights, the things we take for granted, like the weekend or paid time off or any single thing that prevents companies from working you to death, those were all fought for. People lived and died. Your emergency exits, people fought and died for those. Literally. Because it doesn't make you more productive to have an emergency exit, does it? It costs someone more money to add that. So all I'm saying is every single thing that keeps you safe and alive on the job has basically been fought for since the very beginning of time. And it's just our turn to further that struggle so that our children and our children's children can live in a better world than we do. And if we're lucky, we'll get to see some of it. There are cart returns, for God's sake. Yeah. Yeah, folks, read up about the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire sometime. All right. Okay. So, we got that. All right. So, as many of you know, our president is a sufferer of a profound and dangerous illness known as soup brain syndrome. Okay? Soup brain syndrome affects approximately 100% of all Donald Trumps. And it's not pretty. The effects can and often do include insane rants about windmills, like a Don Quixote that's more orange and exponentially more racist. Let's just take a look here.
Person, I can proudly say, Doug, that we have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers. They lose money. They destroy your landscape. They kill your birds. They're all made in China. And all you have to do is, just about all of the windmills are made in China.
Basically, every windmill I've ever met in my life, complete and total loser, folks. Complete loser. Always saying lame jokes and then explaining them too much. Just total losers.
Structures. All you have to do is say to China, how many windmill areas do you have in China? So far, they're not able to find any. They use coal and they use oil and gas and some nuclear, not much, but they don't have windmills. They make them and sell them to suckers like Europe and suckers like the United States before. They are the worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy, and in 8 years they're rotted out anyway. Go take a look at Palm Springs, California, and take a look at what that looks like. It looks like a junkyard of steel. So we don't approve, and I've told my people we will not approve windmills. Maybe we get forced to do something because some stupid person in the Biden administration agreed to do something years ago. We will not approve any windmills in this country.
This man's hate boner for wind turbines is crazy, because I do want to remind you, windmills are for, grinding flour, milling flour, if you will. Wind turbines generate electricity, and also they're breaking new records with wind power. Like they have a record record high of wind turbine installations in their country. So I'm not entirely sure exactly what he's talking about here, considering that out of all installed wind renewable energy turbines that exist, half of them are in China. Half! So I don't know what he's talking about other than he sees a windmill and he just has to tilt at it. I don't know. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Is this at all justified? No, it's not. And also, we need to organize to defeat these people because they don't care about logic. They don't care about what is real. They will just thoughtlessly devour the slop that this man spews out of his mouth hole. So
But
let me know what you
Jack,
think.
what if the windmills steal our virgin maidens to hold in their lairs and spew fire on our cornfields?
Oh, what if the windmills are actually Grendel from Beowulf? You know, I hadn't considered that. God. Anyway, like, comment, subscribe, and organize amongst your Dems, your DSA, do the things, and check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie, designed from the ground up for trans femmes, and link down in the doobly-doo. Let's go. Also, I just want to remind people that, like, if we had gotten serious about the Green New Deal like a decade ago, the United States could be the world leading manufacturer of, voltaic cells, solar panels, and wind turbines. We could be the world's largest producer of those things, and instead, Republicans said no. What if we gave trillion-dollar tax cuts to, oil and coal magnates? So cool. The only Beowulf I recognize is the one who had a dragon girlfriend. Yes, the one true Beowulf. Okay, now here we go. I have another fun one for you here. So, real quick, folks, I know that there are some people who take issue with the idea that I put forward that Donald Trump is suffering from soup brain syndrome, SBS. And I have a new piece of evidence I'd like to submit to you guys, which is from his recent press conference here. And in this clip, you're about to see Marco Rubio hand Donald Trump a note that is intended as a private message to inform him, as one can often see politicians and political figures doing during press conferences. Let's see how Donald Trump reacts to this note that he's supposed to just read and move on with new information. Let's take a look.
All right, thank you. You'll make it back one way or the other. You're all going to do very well. I think really very well. Marco just gave me a note. Go back to Chevron. They want to discuss something. Go ahead. I'm going back to Chevron, Marco. Thank you, Marco.
Was there a question, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead, Marco. What are you saying here?
Mark, if you can update us on operations in the ground and with the appropriate approvals, what you might be able to achieve in the next 12 to 18 months, give us a little view from the ground.
You bet. So today, Chevron has 3,000 employees in 4 different joint ventures.
He takes back the note.
In Venezuela today. And over the past 5 to 7 years, they've taken production from about 40,000 barrels a day to 2.
Our president, man, doesn't know that he's not supposed to read those, and he just read it out loud and then was like, why you handed me these pieces of paper, Marco? Well, yeah, we're going back to Chevron. Just... There's nothing but soup in there, guys. There's nothing but soup. Like, he has no business running, like, I don't know, a lemonade stand, let alone the US government. It's crazy. It's crazy. At a certain point, they're gonna have to, like, you know, like what they attach to toddlers, where there's like a leash to like the baby, and then like it allows them to walk around, but then you like can like make sure they don't like, I don't know, wander into traffic or something. I don't know. babies on leashes. You guys have seen it. You know what I'm talking about. They got little harnesses. They're gonna have to put like an adult-sized one on this man. It's crazy. Anyway, let me know what you think. Are you convinced of the reality of soup brain syndrome? Yes or no? Arguments for and against. And uh remember, we need to organize to beat these clowns. As silly and hateful as they are, we need to organize. So join your local Dems, get involved in your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. We can help you. And check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Link down in the doobly-doo. And all that being said, let's keep on going. We leashed our baby. He was a runner. God. Monkey backpack leashes. That's the new dementia test that he has to pass. Oh yeah, no, Errant Templar, there's no shot that this man lives like until a possible third term. Can you imagine him trying to run? Oh my god. It'd be ridiculous. Did you see the clip of him wistfully looking out the window? No, did he see the Death Muppet from Muppet Christmas Carol? If not, someone should edit it in the window, like the reflection. All right. I got another one here. So, real quick, folks, Donald Trump has been openly coveting the Nobel Peace Prize for, like, since Obama got it, really, it seems to me. Like, he's had fake Time magazine covers in his golf courses showing him with it. Like, he is just enraptured with this idea. And you notice it in press conferences where he talks about how, oh yeah, look, I've ended 24 wars. It's crazy. But like, you know, he's really been angling for it, and nothing made him madder than when Maria Machado, the opposition leader in Venezuela, accepted the Nobel Peace Prize and dedicated it to him instead of just getting the award. And I want to really point this out. This all seems very silly, but the reason that Machado is not currently installed as the leader of Venezuela, apparently, according to people in the White House, is that Machado accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. And since that article has come out, Machado has been openly soliciting Donald Trump to visit him and maybe give him her Nobel Peace Prize. And let's just take a look at this press conference clip real quick, because you can see how smug he is about this idea.
We also have a young lady that received the Nobel Peace Prize. She's going to come in and pay her regards to our country, really, to me, but you know, I'm a representative of the country, nothing else. And she's coming in sometime next week, I think Tuesday or Wednesday. And we'll see how that is. But no, we also...
She's coming to pay respects to the United States, but mostly to me. But I am a representative of the American people, so you know, it's totally fine. And in case Donald Trump thought that he was going to actually be given the Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Institute has actually released a statement saying that no, we're not actually going to allow that. You cannot, in fact, transfer the Nobel Peace Prize. It's very funny. A spokesperson of the Nobel Institute said to the Daily Beast on Friday, a Nobel Prize can neither be revoked nor transferred to others. Once the announcement of the laureates has been made, the decision stands for all time. As for the prize money, the laureates are free to dispose of it as they see fit. And I don't think getting the prize money for the Nobel Peace Prize is going to change Donald Trump's mind about making Machado the de facto leader of Venezuela. So, that's where we're at. I thought maybe you guys would get a little bit of a kick out of the fact that Donald Trump is still going to be denied the prize he has coveted for a decade, 2 decades, for a very long time. And I think that's delightful. So let me know what you think down in the comments. like, comment, subscribe, do the things that help the channel. Organize with your local Dems, organize with your local DSA, and check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. People love it. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. Oof. They're non-transferable. Yeah, isn't it great? Riverboat Jack has done more for peace than Trump. Yeah, I deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. It's true. All right. Think. Yeah, you know what? I have one more just quick short, and then we'll get into our first segment. I thought I was gonna make this the first segment Renee Good. I'm gonna make it actually JD Vance. Because I think I think it'd be good for us to do. So we'll do that first. It's somewhat related to Renee Good. So all right. Would Jack make for a good president? You know, you guys know I'd do my best. I don't know that I'd be the best at it, but I would do my best. All right. Here we go. So, folks, one thing I wanted to talk about real quick was that apparently there is now actually, finally, some kind of sustained backlash against Twitter, XAI, Grok, etc. Elon Musk's suite of large language model AI. There's finally a backlash against it. Again, taking clothes off of children on its services, which it has been doing, and generating unironically probably one of the largest caches of child sex abuse materials that has ever existed. And it has also been used to create essentially revenge porn, non-consensual images of women, including, by the way, the recently murdered Renee Good. It's absolutely beyond the pale disgusting. And finally, some world leaders are calling on, regulation of this specifically, but it's still not really enough. And partly why it's not enough is because a lot of journalists aren't really taking the problem seriously or doing their due diligence on this one. And I want to point towards The Verge, which had a really, really good article on this recently. No, Grok hasn't paywalled its deepfake image feature. And the reason this is really good reporting is because a number of different mainstream outlets reported that Grok was paywalling, image generation services so that only paid users could then still take clothing off of children or adult women unconsensually. And it's like they were saying that because Grok, when asked, was responding that service was only available for paid users, which is not true, actually. And but journalists just took the large language model at its word for some reason. It's genuinely crazy, but users of the free versions of all of Twitter, Twitter's stuff could still do all of the same things. There was no impact on the actual technology's ability to do this for any user, free or paid. And not only that, like, I don't know that any move has been made because there are reports that Elon Musk is personally pushing for less and less ability to oversee the visual output of what Grok and XAI make. So it's really, really disgusting. But this just kind of goes to show you need to do some extra due diligence when you see reporting specifically on AI these days, especially if it's glazing AI capabilities, because some journalists are just taking at face value statements made by large language models. And there's no basis for doing that. You should not be doing that. Companies control their output. So anyway, folks, we must work towards destroying this technology. It is creating, again, it's the largest CSAM factory that has ever existed. It is the largest violation of women going on the internet right now. And companies and countries are threatening action against Musk and his companies, but so far none has really materialized, and who knows if any will soon if we don't get out there and demand it. So get organized, join your local Dems, join your local, DSA, get involved with that, folks, because it's really, really important that we oppose this at every turn. Let me know what you think down in the comments, and like, comment, subscribe, do the things, and let's keep on going. There you go. Oof. Which is why I don't post photos of myself online. It's really too late for me in that regard. But it's not too late for your kids, folks. Don't post pictures of your kids online. Okay? Like, until we sort this AI bullshit, don't post pictures of your kids online. It's yeah, don't do it. All right. Let's do one quick segment, and then we will talk about that is today. I'm gonna take that off the docket. All right. Go. Wait, I messed that up. Did I just mess up the order of the segment? I did. Cool. Fixed. And let's get into this. Actually, I think I can make this into a short. I think I can do it. Let's do it. Insolent JDNLC, I had a group find me on Facebook and use pics of my kid and her name to start a fake account to troll me. Jesus. How much have I missed? We've gone for about an hour now. Alright, jumping into another one. So, folks, real quick, I just wanted to talk a little bit about JD Vance, because he's really been on a tear recently. He has been trying to claim, in the wake of the operation in Venezuela, and specifically in the Senate's backlash to the events in Venezuela, which has been to pass essentially a vote to say, hey, executive branch, stop unilaterally invading countries. That's actually the power of Congress. And J.D. Vance's response to that was to be a big whiny baby man about it and say that the War Powers Act is fake and unconstitutional. Like, he's just straight up saying, oh, well, the executive branch can ignore the laws that are supposed to limit it. Here he is actually saying it.
Technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, and that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, the War Powers Act was passed in 1973, and it basically says, and it's not fake or unconstitutional, it's based explicitly on Article 1 of the Constitution, which basically says that, again, the power of war and the power to wage war is given to Congress. Congress is the first and last word on whether or not the United States can go to war legally. And JD Vance here is just saying, nuh-uh, in response to the very founding document of the country, and to more recently passed legislation reaffirming that, founding documents stance on that. It's crazy. And the War Powers Act is just like, it's just that. Like, the Senate re-voted to affirm the War Powers Act earlier this week. 5 Republicans, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Josh Hawley, Todd Young, and Rand Paul. And Todd Young and Rand Paul are both independent, but you guys understand what I mean. Rand Paul, I don't think Rand Paul is independent anymore. Todd Young is an independent, though. Anyway, 4 GOP electeds voted for it. Todd Young, an independent, also voted for it, alongside Democrats, bringing out the final vote to 52-47. The resolution only needed a simple majority, so it passed, and it goes into it's I don't know. I'm excited to see where this goes. Todd Young is an independent. He's in as in Indiana. Gulp. Well, I look silly. Anyway, 5 GOP senators, voted on this. And it's worth noting that at the very least, this is all egg on my face. It's worth noting that this is all a very good sign, that at the very least, Republicans in the Senate are cracking when it comes to unilateral support of anything and everything Donald Trump does. Okay? It's good. This is a good thing. And JD Vance trying to say that, like, a pretty openly constitutional law is unconstitutional, especially when the Constitution itself explicitly reaffirms that law, is, it doesn't speak of a place of strength for JD Vance. Let's just say that. Who would have ever guessed, from the guy who can't order donuts like a normal human being, or walk into a Shake Shack without people observing that he's the kind of man who might make love to a couch? Who would have guessed that guy is speaking from a place of weakness? How shocking. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. How do you fuck up ordering donuts? Do you guys want to see? Because it's actually pretty funny. Yeah, just here you go. If you're wondering how do you fuck up ordering donuts, here's the C-SPAN footage of JD Vance going to order some donuts.
Come to town. Thank you for letting us come in here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. Okay, yeah. She doesn't want to be on film, guys, so just cut her out of anything. Appreciate that, man. I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. Good to see you.
Okay.
How long are you working?
I've been here since the beginning of July.
Okay.
For this year.
Okay, good. How about you, sir?
Almost 2 years.
Okay, good. Just everything, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, a lot
good.
of glazed here, some sprinkle stuff, some of these cinnamon rolls, just whatever makes sense. How long has this place been around?
About 4 years.
About 4 years.
Whatever makes
Okay.
sense.
How long have you been here?
A little over 6 months.
Okay, good.
Just
The zoo has come to town. Thank you for letting us come in here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man.
I don't want to be on film with you.
Okay, yeah. She doesn't want to be on film, guys, so just cut her out of anything. Appreciate that, man. I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. Good to see you.
Okay.
I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. Good to see you. Okay.
How long have you worked here?
I've been here since the beginning of July.
Okay.
For this year.
Okay, good. How about you, sir?
Almost 2 years.
Okay, good. Just everything, yeah. I mean, a lot of glazed here, some sprinkle stuff, some of these cinnamon rolls, just whatever makes sense.
Whatever a normal human might eat.
How long has this place been around?
About 4 years.
About 4 years? Okay. How long have you been here?
A little over 6 months.
Okay, good.
Just so goddamn weird. Just so fucking weird. Like, I'm sorry, that guy is not speaking from a place of strength, you know? God. Why is that question relevant? It's not. He's not comfortable in his human form. It's true. It's true. All right. All right. You know what? I wanted to, before we get into some pretty awful shit that's gonna make you really mad, I thought we'd start out with this, which I came across because other people were pointing out it's just kind of delightful and like quintessentially American. So there is a TikTok called tastebuds_NYC. And the entire premise of this TikTok is that these two friends go around and every post they find a new country that has food in New York City. And then they go and they try it. You know? And I just thought that this was great. Echoplex Media, thank you very much for the raid. Howdy. And thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you immensely. Thank you so goddamn much. But just check out how like wholesome this is.
You'll find their food somewhere in New York City. We found the only Bhutanese restaurant in New York City, The Weekender. So here's our 7th stop on trying food from every country in the world.
The tea leaf, especially from Bhutan, butter and salt.
Oh, I taste the butter. It tastes good. What's your name, by the way?
Chile.
Are you from Bhutan?
Yes, I'm from Bhutan.
When did you move to New York?
About a year or maybe 2 years ago.
Nice to meet you. Thanks so much. How do you say thank you?
Kadinche.
Kadinche.
Then in respect, you put
Oh, they put the la at the end?
La,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Yes.
Kadinche la. Is there a word for cheers?
Cheers.
Yakure. Yakure.
I came here, I was there for the cultural shock, man. Bhutan is like so slow. Once you're here in New York, you walk in the street, you walk slowly, people getting angry with you. This is the mushroom with cheese. This is dried beef, sun-dried pork, red rice all the way from Bhutan.
Cheese momo. Really good. No,
Two
it's so
thumbs
good.
up.
Two thumbs
Two
up. Whatever that sauce is that they're in, it's really good. It's so good. It's like a little bit cheesy, a little bit spicy.
This is also coming from Bhutan. Enjoy. I will make more.
Really?
You receive UK guys here?
Yeah, we're here. Okay.
I'm from by here. I'll be here.
Okay.
We have artists singing.
It's gonna be great. Yeah, we'll definitely be here. I think this is the sun-dried pork.
Spoiler alert, we won.
It's like jerky-esque. A little citrusy, a little spice there on the pepper.
So we have a different kind of chili though. That is like way spicier. You want to try that chili?
Yeah, let's try it. The whole thing?
Yeah. No, I'm doing that. The fire is gonna come out of your mouth.
Dude, that is hot.
You can just feel the taste from your nose.
Yeah, like right away.
He's just crying.
I have bad allergies, so.
You guys gonna go with me to Bhutan. So in my previous life, I must have met you guys. Yeah. We must have been a family or brothers.
Sun-dried beef. The beef is so flavorful. This cheese sauce they got going on, it's just impeccable.
What's the name?
Really proud of you guys having stuck here with us.
I'm surprised I can keep up.
You guys are all stars.
I'll start first. Oh shit.
Oh.
Yo.
Hey.
Come on, brother.
Hey. This has been one of the coolest experiences of my life. They invited us to their New Year's Eve party with their friends and family. Can't wait to come back. It's gonna be so fun. We're on our way to spend New Year's at the Weekender.
exactly what we get it.
Yeah, again, that's at tastebuds_NYC. Get it? Because they're they're buddies, and they're tasting. So it's a good name. Now, like, this is the fundamental thing, right? This is human. This is what it means to be neighborly. This is what it means to, like, have curiosity about what is around you and to be open to new experiences. And they were able to make friends. They were able to be there for one another and, like, hang out and just have, like, what should be common to the human experience, And this is everything that people like Matt Walsh, people like Steven Crowder, people like GOP at large, this is everything that they hate and want to destroy. In their ideal world, like, these, like, non-white folks wouldn't be here. And they would just have a solid white majority. It would be steak and potatoes with no seasoning. And, like, there wouldn't be this open exchange of differences and ideas and culture and food. And, like, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. And, like, I don't know, when you think about what they want, what the GOP wants to destroy, what a lot of the thrust of these ICE operations are, it's to destroy this experience specifically. That's part of the overarching, like, purpose to ICE. It's to destroy this. And I just hold on to the joy when you see stuff like this. Hold on to that joy and let it fuel you. Because that's what we're fighting for. When we come together as communities, it's to keep experiences like this safe and sacred. How they deserve to be treated and valued in our society. They want to keep us apart. We need to come together even harder. And I think it's just beautiful. I think it's just beautiful. Again, Go follow tastebuds_NYC on TikTok if you got TikTok. Soul sharing, but you have to have a soul. True. Okay, I am gonna go pee real quick because I'm actually kind of sick today. I'm under the weather. And I drank a crap ton of water before stream, and I'm gonna go pee. And after I am done, we will jump into the segment I have prepped for Renee Good. And folks, before I run to pee real quick, we've been going for over an hour now. If you've been enjoying the stream, getting anything out of it today, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. It's very important to like the stream, and please do consider supporting the show with your dollars, your euros, your pounds, etc., because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without your financial support. I don't have sponsors. I don't, like, for those of you on Twitch, I don't make ad revenue on Twitch because my content is explicitly political. And I don't make that much ad revenue on YouTube, so it's genuinely the support you guys send me that allows me to dedicate my time and energy to organizing and to talking about the news and giving you this analysis. And I hope you find it valuable. So with that being said, folks, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn you go, folks. We're about 25 or 26 rather subs, donos, membership equivalents away from making it to our next goal tier. So let's make it happen. I'm gonna go PBRB.
We have plowed and we have planted, we have gathered into bars, done the same work as the men, with babies in our arms. But you won't find our stories in most history books you read. We were there, we're still here, fighting for the things we need. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. From the textile mills in Lawrence to the sweatshops in New York, from the fields in California where our children had to work, we fought to make a living. Bread and roses was our pride. Though they jailed and beat our bodies, our spirit never died. We were there in the factory, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We were Polish, we were Irish, we were African and Jew, Italian and Latina, Chinese and Russian too. They tried to use our differences to split us all apart, but the pain we felt together touched the bottom of our heart. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We are teachers, we are doctors, we are cooks and engineers, letter carriers, truck drivers, conductors and cashiers. We operate machinery, we fly the airplanes, and we help to build our unions. We got struggle in our veins. We were there in the factories, we were there
Hello, everyone. How we doing? Actually, that candle is too distracting. 1 second. Oh. Oof. Hello again. Hello, hello. D-Dub, yeah. How you doing? Thank you for the $5 dono, bringing us up to $2.75. Excellent work. Forgot to say earlier, I love the sparkling shirt. Thank you. It's so oversized and comfy. Hello, Catabingo Rising Revengeance. How we all doing? Any other subs or donos out there? Any other support for the stream? Bueller? Is that a torque? Oh, I mean, I guess so. I just think it looks neat. I don't really think about the words for it. My only gripe about it is that it tends to be a little off-center, and I would like it to be more on-center, but it's always inherently going to be off-center because both sides of the torque are not symmetrical even, but, you know, whatever. A twerk? You guys wish. Hope you're feeling a bit more grounded today. We got work to do this weekend? Yeah. Looks like the kind of jewelry they put in RPGs. I mean, my general fashion goal is to dress like someone who would be a recruitable character in an RPG. So that's on point for what I'm going for. Yo, Momed NU is pledging to match all subs and donos towards the goal. Folks, take advantage of that wonderful generosity. If not, yeah, you know, to help a girl out, you know.
I'm organizing with my local DSA in
Fuck
town.
yeah.
We have a protest tomorrow.
Fuck yeah. And YouTuber Grudge, excellent point to make, because later on in tonight's stream, we are going to be talking about actions you all can take in order to help towards the larger cause. Thank you very much for supporting the stream as well.
Thank you to the riverboaters who have reached out to me about DSA. Many more please reach out to me. We may be powerless alone, but there's power in numbers. Join
It's
DSA.
true.
Get involved. We will win, folks.
It's true. And yeah, I've been seeing people reaching out to you, Gamer
I
G.
have
It's
been
wonderful.
following you for years. I just want to send you love. It is hard for all of us, but you're in the bad zone.
I am in the bad zone. It's true. Chris Huggins, thank you for the $20
I'm
super
calling
chat.
Congress people, telling them to do everything they can to stop ICE.
Hell
Match
yeah.
this plaza.
And also, yes, like it should, like, calling members of Congress. I know it seems boring and it doesn't
Match
do
the
anything,
moose.
but it does do shit. Match the moose? Damn, salmon moose. Damn, all right. Let's go. Match the moose. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Hey, thank you very, very much. Mo Madden you, thank you for the $100 dono in total there. My God. Thank you so much. Just going right up to that. Good God. Thank you so fucking much. So, yeah, you guys are at 316, which unlocks our next goal here, which is 500.
Dang, we're really trying to bankrupt this friend, huh?
Our new goal, you guys, you have officially unlocked Milo Yiannopoulos being interviewed by the Church Militant. Unfortunately, we are going to be doing that in a dedicated silly stream, hopefully this weekend or next week. It is, unfortunately, I cannot drop everything for us to do that today because things do be thangin' out there. But I really do appreciate the support, because that kind of support is what allows me to do what I do. It is what allows me to justify staring into the veil of misery. Thank you so goddamn much, each and every one of you who has supported the show. Reeves Underground, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Holy shit, thank you so much, guys. I think we're at 24 now. Chris Huggins, thank you for being a member. Shay, thank you for the $5 super chat. I think we're at 25 now. My God, guys. I really appreciate it. And look, I don't want a single one of you to walk out of today's stream feeling hopeless, feeling like we're going to be defeated. I'm going to level with you. The opening part of the Renee Good segment, it might make you feel that way. But stick around to the end. We're going to be talking about how you can get involved and what you can do. Okay? With all these donos, can check in all
Don't
wooga.
have much, but you inspire me.
Hell yeah. A wooga! And not only that, one last musical breakdown before we start a segment.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
Stupid genius!
19 months, but started on Twitch.
Stupid genius, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs! It's the Dono Ghost! Think of how many bones of mine you're saving. Yeah, the Dono Matcher definitely met under 300 subs, not matching to 500, as far as I'm aware. Bum bum ba-da-ba-dum, bum 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 bum. Go, 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 go.
Thank you for staring into the abyss. It really helps those of us who can't handle it on their own.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much hatred out there right now. It is hard to look at alone. But, you know, when we all look at it together, we make it small.
Thanks for the fantastic content.
You're very welcome, Zisu, and thank you for supporting the fantastic content. I very much appreciate it. Thank you all for stepping up. Makes me step up too.
I have no monies. Will an offering of chicken bones be acceptable?
Always.
Emoji.
Always. Wine moms be turning revolutionary? Yeah, and are you guys gonna let yourselves be outdone by, like, gray-haired wine moms? Nah, get out there. There's so much to do. And you know what? I bet some of you are gray-haired wine moms, and you know what? Thank you for leading the charge of the vanguard, okay? Oh, I love this. Jazz Dog is just so talented. It's crazy. Silly Vixen, thank you for the membership. I'm basically a gray-haired wine mom, except I drink gin. Is such a flex. bum. All right. Now, folks, for the Renee Good segment, I am going to be turning off text-to-speech and alert sounds. I think you all can kind of figure out why that is. We're going to be talking about some pretty heavy materials and topics, and I will this time, if stream does not crash again, which it shouldn't. I've taken the appropriate actions to ensure that stream will not crash, like it did multiple times the other day, and gave my editor the biggest headache of her life. Okay, we'll be reading donos after we finish that segment. If anyone donates midstream and is wondering why it's not reading out what y'all saying. Gonna be a vigil for Renee tomorrow. Thank you for being a light in the darkness. Lane Ends, thank you for the $10 dono. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you so goddamn much. And yeah, I imagine that there are going to be vigils put on by a variety of groups essentially every night for the foreseeable future. And let me just... this. I want to turn off alerts over here as well. There we go. Okay. You guys ready? Ready? Breathe. Yes. If it weren't for people like you and Leah Pasanini, I'd probably just be sitting in my room, just kind of overwhelmed at the things happening. Yeah. Understandable. Anxious but ready? Okay. So, folks, we're going to talk about Renee Good. We're going to be talking about her murder at the hands of ICE. We're going to be talking about some of the new information that has come out over the last 24 hours. And we're going to be talking about different responses people have been having to her murder. And it is going to be rough. I'm asking you at the top of this to lock in. We're going to be talking about a lot of different aspects of this. And we're going to be also taking a look at new footage that was put out by conservative aligned outlets that are they're trying to claim justifies her murder. It does not. And right up at the top, I'm going to tell you guys my tolerance for people trying to play devil's advocate and say, oh no, well actually maybe it kind of was justified. It's just not. It's just not. Like, we've all seen the videos. We've all seen the video breakdowns from the New York Times, from Bellingcat, etc. We know that that's a load of horse shit. We know that in the footage, she is turning away from the ICE agent. The ICE agent is clear at the time he begins firing, and there's just no justification for it whatsoever. So, if anyone wants to make an issue of that during today's segment, you're just going to be insta-banned. There's not going to be any kind of back and forth with you. I've looked at it enough. I indulged that enough when we were initially talking about it, and I regret indulging it. So, right off the bat, I don't think it is worth engaging with people who are acting in such bad faith. So, with that being said, let's talk about it. Starting with the fact that they have now identified the ICE agent who shot and killed Renee Good. His name is Jonathan Ross. He was essentially revealed by the fact that Kristi Noem talked about him and talked about how he had been involved in a vehicular dragging incident where he had been holding onto a car trying to detain an undocumented immigrant as they drove away. And So he had been involved in that incident. That narrows it down pretty significantly because no one in the area had been involved with anything like that except for one, Jonathan Ross. And he's apparently cleared out of the area. The place he was living seems to be empty. It is unknown his whereabouts at this time. And a lot of the aftermath here is essentially trying to figure out how are charges going to proceed in this case. Largely because the Trump administration's FBI has stopped cooperating with the bodies that are local here in Minnesota that are designed for to operate in conjunction with the FBI in law enforcement shootings. Essentially, after the killing of George Floyd, after George Floyd's murder at the hands of Derek Chauvin, reforms were passed here in Minnesota to have an organizational body that is responsible for investigating use of force incidents by police and law enforcement here in the state. And the FBI had previously announced that they were going to be cooperating with that investigatory unit, and then abruptly said, oh, wait, JK, we're not going to be doing that. We're actually going to cut you off, which is a really big deal in this particular instance because it effectively means that local investigators are being denied access to things like the vehicle, like, Renee Good's vehicle for forensic analysis. They're being denied various different aspects, witnesses, they're being denied ICE agents who were at the scene who might be able to testify. This has effectively become a cover-up in a matter of hours. And it is disgusting. It is enraging. But this does not mean that no actions are going to be taken to try and charge this ICE officer locally. In fact, the Minnesota Attorney General has put out basically a call to the community. And so if any of you are local, this is for you, as well as the Hennepin County attorney who has jurisdiction to charge locally and who has said essentially that if they can get the evidence and accumulate enough of it, then they will be willing to proceed with charges. And right now, because the FBI has cut off a lot of the sources of evidence, they are now requesting that people in the community submit evidence. There's an online portal and everything. You can actually find the online portal here. Hennepin County, Minnesota Attorney's Office evidence submission portal. Let's just take a look at this news report if we can. Well, that's an ad. We don't need an ad for that. Thanks.
Whatever your opinion is about what happened, this was a traumatic event. Since this happened, I've been on the phone and in meetings with law enforcement, justice leaders, elected officials, discussing ways to ensure a thorough and transparent investigation, how that can occur and be shared with our office. On Wednesday, our immediate focus was ensuring that an agreement could be reached for a joint investigation with the BCA and the FBI. To be clear, and I want to be very clear about this is not because we have concerns about the FBI investigation. Our efforts in advocating for a joint investigation is not an attack on the FBI. We have had a strong working relationship with the local FBI field office throughout my administration. Based on a previous experience.
This is the Hennepin County attorney, by the way.
With FBI processes, we are concerned that the evidence obtained in an investigation that has only been conducted at the federal level will not be shared with our office for review. In the past, the FBI has invited us to see a high-level overview of their investigation, but we were prohibited from seeing the entire investigation or talking about what we saw in that PowerPoint publicly. While I respect the FBI's process, our community's expectations are much different in terms of transparency.
It's true.
This community expects to understand what the evidence is and the justification for any decision that might be made. To that end, I cannot overstate the importance of a local investigation, or at least access to the federal investigation by the BCA. Without it, we will not have the ability to be transparent with our community about the results of the expectation, or, as I said, any decision that might come of the review. And let me be clear, we have no preconceived opinion on what the evidence will show. Making a charging or decline decision in
And keep in mind, these are some of the things she's saying are things that she has to say. Like, as a prosecutor, like, she wants to make sure that she's not coming across as biased when she's choosing, like, cases to pursue, etc. But what is very evident is that the FBI is now acting extraordinarily weird and out of character. We're not going to be watching this entire press conference, but just to give you kind of an idea that official gears are turning on this. And for as much fire as we might want to see from different elected officials, the local Hennepin County attorney is probably one of the people we want to have most neutral facing the public on this one. Just especially if we don't want to prejudice any kind of court case that may happen in the future. Because again, if the that can have an effect. Your words and your rhetoric can have an effect on future prosecutions in this case. And is the BCA the body that was created after Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd? Yes. It is there to investigate any officer that has a use of force against them in the state. And we are now looking at ICE essentially doubling down in the local area. If anyone thought that the murder of Renee Good was going to lead to a chilling of ICE activity or a period of calm, they have been sorely mistaken, at least as far as ICE is concerned. Speaking as somebody who's seen the protests happening, the protests have been remarkably chill compared to how ICE has been treating this community. And I want to give a few examples of that. For one, ICE has been spotted all over the Twin Cities area today, specifically targeting shoppers at Target. Greg Bovino has been present for a lot of these. In Richfield, they obviously staged a big raid. Again, these people just coming in masked and pulling over anyone who looks visibly queer or non-white that they think might in fact be... Well, honestly, it's not... At this point, it's very clear that it's not about undocumented citizens or undocumented immigrants at all. Like, they're... In this case, they're just straight up arresting U.S. citizens at a Target. They're just pulling over anyone they think they can get away with brutalizing, etc. And we'll talk about exactly kind of what goes into that here. Here is Border Patrol pulling over 2 white women in a car who are, taking some action to keep ICE from, making their arrest quotas. Border Patrol warned 2 white women in separate SUVs to stop trailing them and not to impede. Don't make a bad decision today, they say, threatening these women whose only crime is using their freedom of speech and freedom of movement to go where they will on public roadways. Anybody visibly queer? Yeah, we'll get to that one, by the way. Yeah, here is some of the violent protests coming out of Minneapolis. And again, I want to really make clear here, the violence is coming from ICE agents themselves. Take a look at these messy, disgusting, and hateful agents, again, coming into our communities to disappear our neighbors and rough us up and try and detain us, regardless of immigration status. Here they are.
Get out the way!
shooting people point blank in the face, by the way, with non-lethal munitions, I just really want to emphasize here, non-lethal munition as a designation doesn't mean that the munition can't kill you. Something can be called non-lethal if getting hit by it reduces, like, it has, compared to a lethal round, has a 50% chance of killing you. So, like, if you get hit by, like, if you got hit by, say, a bullet, has a certain percentage chance of killing you. If that percentage chance is halved, it can still be called a non-lethal munition, even though it can still kill you. And you can see in this video here, this person this ICE agent fires their non-lethal munition directly into someone's face, standing, what, 5 feet away, maybe? Like, I gotta be honest with you guys, this is effectively attempted murder. Like, if you see cops or riot police or ICE agents doing this, this is something that can kill someone or maim them for life. And they are doing this routinely.
Right in the face. All on video, you motherfucker. All on video.
Like, you saw the cartridge, right? You saw the cartridge he pulled out of that gun.
Video.
Look at how big that is. Look at how big that is. Yeah, it's like firing a grenade into somebody's face. Is that guy okay? I have no idea. Unfortunately, in a lot of these clips that are being shared around, I do not have updates for you about the status of the people who are getting hit in them.
All on video.
Also, this is a residential area. You can see the people in their house. Like, they're shooting tear gas and stuff in a residential neighborhood. There could be kids in there who might, like, have respiratory issues. Here they are. Here they are getting hit by snowballs, by the way. And look at this guy gets hit by a snowball and immediately runs to try and beat up the guy.
This is not your vendetta. Hey, keep that going.
Your tax dollars at work. Bunch of ICE agents chasing people who throw snowballs at them. That's... Yeah, they certainly need $100 million more dollars. We're gonna take a look at pictures of this guy, but just look at what unfolds here. This is, again, attempted murder. He has his hands up. Like, he knows it's coming, too. He closes his eyes, and he gets fucking just shot in the face. There's something about these ICE pigs. They just love shooting people in the face. Like, I gotta be honest with you, it is only by the grace of God these ICE agents are able to, like, come through our communities and brutalize us like this, because they are like just surrounded by people, and at some point, like, they're gonna push this too far. They're gonna push this community too far, and I'm really, really scared to see what is gonna happen at that point. You know, like, and I have to be honest, that's exactly what, like, Stephen Miller and the Trump administration want. They want someone to take action on their own and give the Trump administration a reason to clamp down even further on this community. But, like, it's a strategy that might work. I gotta be honest. The amount of rage in this community is overwhelming at the moment. You might not be able to tell that, but there is a level of don't give a fuck energy going on in this that I haven't seen in protests for a while.
Fuck you! Move!
Look at these clowns. Like, someone throws a goddamn snowball and they run to try and shoot them in the face too. These dipshits from Texas keep slipping and sliding on all of our ice because they don't know, ironically, how to maneuver on it. Keep in mind, some of these ICE agents literally have SS tattoos on their necks. We saw a video, you can see it in the video I put out earlier today, of an off-duty ICE agent in Minneapolis with an honest-to-God SS tattoo on his neck. These people are just loving being able to come into queer and, you know, immigrant communities here in Minneapolis and try and brutalize us.
Get out of here! Get out of the way! Get out!
Yeah, I don't know, like, when I say prosecute every ICE officer, I mean like every single one. Every ICE agent, every ICE bureaucrat, every single one. When this agency is disbanded, every single employee of it needs to be prosecuted. Because look at this. This guy's just standing there, minding his own business, and that ICE agent just sprays him in the face. What threat was he posing by standing still, not moving, not even gesturing? In the video, he's not even saying anything. He's just standing there and will not be moved.
Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out the way! Get out the way! Truck!
Then they assault him. Tear gassing a neighborhood.
Tear gas! Tear gas, get out!
Just want to point out, tear gassing, like, journalists as well. Like, journalists are here, like, with their local news crews, covering this. That tear gas grenade landed right next to that cameraman.
Minnesotans peaceful. We love our neighbors, and we don't want fucking mass creeps running around shooting them.
There's the commander, Greg Bovino. This Nazi fuckwad keeps wandering around and showing up at the different raids in this community. It's difficult for me to express my rage towards this man. But those are some scenes that have taken place around Minnesota and Minneapolis in particular. But I want to share some more personalized accounts. So here is one from earlier today, where an indigenous woman ordered food on DoorDash, and when her food arrived, her DoorDasher ran into her house because ICE was pursuing her and her husband. And, well,
to open the door and they have a warrant, then
They don't have a warrant.
They said they'll get one.
They
and
said
they
they'll
called the
get
police.
okay, if they get one, then they're gonna break the door down.
That's fine, but I don't want to open the door if they don't have a warrant. Because this was my DoorDash lady. I don't even know the lady. She just ran to my house.
All right.
I have a baby here. Like, I really don't know what to do. I'll open the door if the police, say that I have to open the door, but, like, I don't know what to do. This lady just was shot yesterday. Now I ordered fucking food and there's people outside my fucking house.
Cheyenne, I'm on my way, okay? All right.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm so scared. James, come downstairs.
Cheyenne? Cheyenne.
What? I literally ordered DoorDash and now there's ICE agents around my house because the lady ran in my house and I don't know what to do because I don't know. They have no warrant. They have no warrant. They said that they were going to get one. I don't know what to do. I called the police. The police are on their way. I can't ignore it. I have a baby here and they have guns pointing everywhere in my house. I have some random lady in my house. I have my child barricaded.
They're looking in our backyard, too.
They're looking at everything. They're everywhere. All because I ordered some fucking DoorDash food. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack. This is the lady's license plate. They already took someone out of her car. I called the police. The police are on their way. I asked for a warrant. I just fucking ordered some fucking food and then some lady ran to my house.
The DoorDash lady ran in our house.
Yeah. As far as I know, the other person who was taken from the DoorDasher's car was her husband. And again, an important component of this and part of why this woman is scared is because she herself is indigenous. And when it comes to who ICE is pulling over, stopping, and detaining, indigenous Americans are very high up on that list. There are many, many, many stories from not just Minnesota, but across the country of ICE agents detaining and abducting indigenous people, especially indigenous women, and not believing their identification. Or, like, even if they have, like, their, like, all of their identification, they do not believe it, do not care. And again, it's why you're getting U.S. citizens being detained at huge numbers now with what ICE is doing here in, Minnesota, especially. They're deporting indigenous people. They're detaining indigenous people, which means they are arresting them, and who knows how long they spend in custody. They're not deporting them, but hey guys, if you're employed and you suddenly don't show up to work for several days, do you tend to have a job waiting for you? No. Just the detaining can ruin somebody's entire life. And in some cases, if they don't believe you, then you're going to have to, fight for your right to be released back into the public. This is, again, we call them the Gestapo and a secret police force because they operate outside of the normal bounds of the law. And again, groups of people in the United States, like indigenous folks especially, have historically not had their legal rights respected even under normal circumstances. And so it's really, really scary. Luckily, due to the actions of that woman and her partner, ICE agents were not able to detain this DoorDasher. She is free and safe at the moment. But her husband is detained. You know? She has to go home to an empty house. And our community is showing up, but ICE agents are doing real and lasting damage. And I wanted to point out here that it is active in our communities. And I wanted to share something that I found yesterday. I apologize for the graininess of the footage, but this is from a local furniture store, like a furniture antique store. It's called Find Furnish. It's actually a really nice antique store that I'm familiar with. It's in Northeast Minneapolis, which, if you know anything about Minneapolis, Northeast is considered like one of the gay areas of the city. It's not known for its immigrants. It's not known for, being, noticeably less white than some of the other areas of the state. But it's known for being queer. And why ICE was targeting this area of town, who can say? Although they seem to be particularly active in the gay parts of town, which I don't think is a coincidence. Here you have ICE agents brutalizing a queer couple, and seemingly for no reason. And we have this footage thanks to the owner of Find Furnish. So, and I do want to say, I think people like this are local heroes.
Go arrest Trump! Go arrest Trump! Go arrest Trump! Go arrest Trump!
So this is one half of the couple. The other half is on the other side of the street. You'll see the camera pan this way soon. But ICE agents here are preventing her from going to her partner, who is being roughed up by ICE agents. Stay back, it's gonna be fine.
They just picked someone else. Get a real fucking job. Get a real fucking job.
You can see here ICE agents just converging on a very small woman.
Oh, shit!
You might not in fact be able to see her because she has so many ICE agents on her. There you can see her partner is trying to pull her out of the grasp of the ICE agent. She's yelling, "Help me, help me." Looks like her face broken and bleeding onto her scarf.
Get your fucking hands off her!
fucking hands off them!
I'm Martin Navarro! Marty Navarro!
Hey, stop! Get your hands off her!
My wife! We have 2 children!
What is your name? What is your name?
Martin Navarro!
The world is watching! Get your hands off her, now! She wasn't doing shit!
She wasn't doing shit. How many of these maniacs are in the city? It's unknown the exact number that are active in the city. We do know that there was a massive surge of ICE into the local area after Nick Shirley published his horrendous journalism video about Somali daycares doing fraud. If any of you want to see a full and thorough debunking of that, I put together a 3-hour-long one going through his video. You can check it out. It's over on the YouTube channel. But they are just abducting people off the street, and if like folks are saying, oh well, you know, maybe she was in the way or something, but like it's insane. It's insane. Like, being in physical proximity to any of these clowns increases your likelihood that they just look at you funny and decide they're gonna ruin your life today. What is the update on these two? As far as I know, one of them has been released from custody. The other is still in custody. The one who got released is was released with several broken bones from the beating received by ICE. So, yeah, they announced they're adding another 1,000 ICE agents today. Yeah, this was already the largest ICE operation in ICE's history, in DHS history. And they're making it even bigger as they go. And it is scary, but we were here before they came here. We're going to be here after they came here, after they leave. And but I gotta be honest, I have never been as furious as I have been over the last several days. The infliction of harm upon this community is going to last for a long time, and it cannot be allowed to remain this way. It cannot. We must abolish ICE. We must prosecute every single ICE agent, and every single one of them needs to be held to account for what they've done. Every single one. And one thing that is giving me hope right now is that people in Minneapolis are showing the fuck up. And I wanted to share with you guys. Here is Find Furnish's, the guy who owns it, Brian, talking about what he just saw happen.
Sure, the door's locked. So we're a business in Minneapolis, and we are being impacted by the administration, the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, any number of things. That is interfering with our ability to do commerce. That is interfering with our ability to communicate with our audience via open hours in a protected space. I'm saying that is a First Amendment violation, and probably a bunch of others. So if there's any smart lawyer out there who also happens to like vintage furniture and likes a bossy, bitchy motherfucker who's ready to fight, I'm here. I follow the rules. I take notes. I don't get violent. I yell. I need a real pipe. They're blowing whistles. Come on, let's go. They're blowing whistles.
And this is what gives me hope about this community and about what is happening right now, because we've got people here who are running towards the danger. You know, we have organized sufficiently to ensure that many people in the Twin Cities area have the whistles, the orange whistles that are people are using to call out ICE's presence and danger. And when folks are hearing those whistles, they have the training to safely observe and record what is happening and organize a response so that there are so many cameras pointed at any given instance of ICE violence, because people are running towards the danger. Because average working folks are being courageous. When we talk about how the right is trying to monopolize ideas like good versus evil, or, you know, heroism and virtue, and say that, you know, oh, conservatives have all of that. They have to try and do that. There's a concerted effort to do that, because the real heroism is a guy who runs an antique furniture store locking up for the day after witnessing people being brutalized on his doorstep, so he can run towards more instances of that happening, to try and ensure that when this is all done, there's accountability for people involved, and also so that he can try, by his presence and through his advocacy, to keep people safe. You know, this is when I talk about people needing to get together with their local Dems and their local DSA, and like organize and get connected with different groups in their community, and show up to like city council meetings and show up to park board meetings. Part of the reason I advocate for that is because building this kind of community matters. Building this kind, like giving these kinds of tools to your community, letting them know what to do, informing them, it allows people to step up to the challenge of our times. Okay? And Minneapolis doesn't have a shortage of guys like this, guys like Brian. A lot of folks are out there doing their part every day in 1,000 different ways. And your part might not look exactly like Brian's. You know, Brian is like a white dude who presents very masculine, and like that offers him a degree of protection that other people might not have. But people are standing up in however way they can, and it is from that we should take hope, and towards that we should work. Okay? And folks, I'm gonna just put a call to action here. If you are feeling angry, if you are feeling hopeless, if you are feeling like there's nothing you can do, you're wrong. You're not wrong to feel that way, but you are wrong that there's nothing you can do. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. These are groups that are active and available to almost every single one of you. And if you get involved, if you don't know how to get involved, you can join our Discord, !Discord, in any of the chats, and reach out to GamerG for help getting involved in your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help getting involved in your local Democrats. And if your Democrats suck, I understand. A lot of Democrats do. But you know what? Make them not suck. That's part of the challenge of organizing. If your local DSA is more dedicated to sitting around and being ineffective, make them more effective. You know, like, I understand that there are challenges inherent to getting involved in any kind of organization, but guess what? You guys are brave, you guys are strong, you guys are capable, and I believe that you guys can rise to the challenge of going to some meetings and advocating for a better world that we all collectively agree upon and believe in. Okay? I think you guys can do that. I believe in you guys. So, I'm asking you, figure that out. I'm going to be talking about more actionable things later on in today's stream and towards the end of today's stream, or towards the end of today's segment here. But right now, if you want to get involved, join the Discord, reach out to GamerG, reach out to Dragonfly, and get the ball rolling on that. Now, I do want to say also that a number of folks are stepping up in the community in Minneapolis, and this goes for any of you who are local to Minneapolis and or want to like come and volunteer in Minneapolis. There is a group, defend612.com, for folks to join. And basically you can sign up for newsletters, and you can sign up for different areas of the Twin Cities, and you can get involved via that with community defense and responding to ICE. You can volunteer to protect schools from ICE. You can become like a local community captain, which I guess is pretty specific to people who live here. And you can volunteer to provide like photography, video, interview services to get people's stories out there. There are a lot of different things that you can do. You can distribute, propaganda to and recruitment stuff to get more people involved in the effort, and a lot of things you can do. I'll link that here right now. There you go. Defend612.com. That's just locally. And folks, I do want to really emphasize here, we got to be careful. Minneapolis is particularly unsafe at the moment. Within the last 24 hours, several different targets have been raided by ICE. And the highways have checkpoints where people who look non-white are being pulled over. And any of the public-facing markets, farmers market type events that may have been taking place, they're getting hit up by ICE as well. So there's been a lot going on right now that make it extremely scary for folks to be here. And I do want to say one thing as we move forward here. I'm about to play, and just kind of content warning, I'm about to play footage of Renee Good's murder. Okay? This is new footage obtained by Alpha News, which is a local conservative outlet, like hyper-conservative, hyper-partisan outlet in Minnesota. And my guess is that it was deliberately leaked to local press in order to try and facilitate a narrative among the right that, oh, Renee Good had it coming. Okay? Renee Good had it coming. And, well, let's take a quick look here. Now, this is footage from the ICE officer who shot Renee Good.
I'm not mad at you.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change
I'm not mad at any of you.
our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine.
That's Becca Good. This woman right here. That's Becca Good. Got out of the car to film ICE.
That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us?
Disabled veteran. Becca Good.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
Becca gets into the car.
Get out of the car.
Moves to get in the car.
Oh!
And at this point, you can then hear the shots. And he says, fucking bitch, after shooting her in the face. It's... This footage is being heralded on the right as footage that shows, see, she ran over him, and then he had to fire in self-defense. But it doesn't exonerate him at all. It's not like this, if anything, just shows the murder even more, like, justifiably. There's no way this guy feared for his life from a guy, from a lady who is saying, I'm not mad at you guys. You're all good. It makes him look worse. Yeah, I'm not mad at you guys. It's all good. Fucking bitch, he says, after having shot her in the face. Her last words were, I'm not mad at you. Yeah. And, like, you can see here, like, the car starts to move forward a little bit. He's jostled. He moves the camera up so that people can't see because he's drawing his gun. And then that's when the gunshots are heard. But, like, I got news for you guys. If somebody's run over by a car, they're generally not able to hold on to both their phone and their gun. You know, just generally speaking. Here are the two angles synced. That is very, very useful. Awesome, Stella. Thank you very much. There we go.
That's okay, we don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Yet you can see here, at no point was he in danger of being run over. At no point. We did this in the other video too, and we went frame by frame. There is no point at which his body is totally in front of the car. He quickly, after moving to walk in front of the car, backs up. By the time he fires his shot, he is not even in the path of the car at all. And then you hear the fucking bitch. Nah, I'm sorry. None of this justifies any of that officer's actions. And I encountered one of the ideas that has been put forward here by the release of this footage, which is to show who the Trump administration is saying, if you brutalize them, that's okay. Right? Because what they're trying to say here is that if a woman looks like that and acts like that and talks like that, you can kill them. You know, if a queer woman, queer liberal is inconveniencing you, you can kill them. Like, that's what they're trying to say. And they're trying to put this out there, and their messaging around this is their messaging around this is essentially not just for ICE, but for anyone on the right who wants to take power into their own hands. That's their argument here. They're trying to create a permission structure for this to be done by any of their supporters to anyone who opposes them. And I gotta be honest, the response from Democratic leadership on a national level has been infuriating, to say the least. Schumer and Jeffries refused to join Democrats' growing calls to slash ICE spending. When asked about this, like they just didn't say. When asked about whether or not they would slash the spending, they both just kind of mumbled and didn't give a clear yes or no answer. Well, they didn't give a clear yes, we are going to support slashing ICE's budget, which is, again, an answer. We understand where their position is. They think funding the slaughter and abduction of your neighbors, my neighbors, is totally acceptable. Like, I mean, guys, just look at this. It's unbelievable. You can see it happen in real time here.
We certainly aren't buying it as it relates to the
Leader Jeffries, why not use that was a murder in Minnesota? Do you believe that was a murder?
I issued a statement. The statement speaks for
Leader,
itself.
why not restricting ICE a red line in the funding fight? Must that be part of any funding bill?
Our focus right now, in terms of the appropriations bills, are getting the 3 bills that are going to be on the floor today over the finish line, and then we'll turn to the Homeland Security.
But why not use the appropriations process to rein in ICE, Leader Jeffries?
No, what I'm focused on right now, Chad, is to make life better for the American people by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you here, Jeffries. I think you can pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time. You can make life more affordable for the American people and also protect the American people from being abducted off the street or murdered by unaccountable secret police. I think actually preventing us from being murdered by secret police and abducted by secret police is a way to make our everyday lived experience better. Speaking as somebody who currently lives in a city that is being militarily occupied by these creepy fucks, you know? I would like to be able to go to the grocery store with my partner without worrying about whether or not one of us is going to get abducted by ICE. I would like for people to be able to just go about their daily business without worrying that they are going to be brutalized by ICE or shot in the face. It'd be pretty nice, actually. I think living without that fear improves your life quite substantially.
By the way, a lot of folks in this institution believe was not possible. But Democrats made clear before the government was shut down that we were in this fight until we win this fight.
Why is he acting like attacking ICE would be bad for him? Part of me wonders if it's because he gets private prison donations. I don't know this for a fact, but I do wonder, where is the money for their campaigns coming from that they are not willing to give an answer with a spine on this one? Like, the only conclusion I can come to is that they get some pretty big donations from the private prison industry, which is making tons of money off of ICE detentions.
On behalf of the American people,
why not,
cancel the cuts, lower the costs, save healthcare. That's our objective.
Should ICE be abolished?
But why not use the?
What about calls to impeach Secretary Noem and the concerns
Kristi
about her
Noem is a
truthfulness?
complete and total disgrace. I've said repeatedly.
Yeah, we don't care about what you're saying. We want you. What are you doing? Right? Like, the question isn't, do you like Kristi Noem? Do you think she's a respectable person in office? The question is, are you going to support the impeachment of Kristi Noem? That's action. What action are you going to take? And Schumer and Jeffries have a whole lot of words and not a lot of actions.
A stone cold liar. She's corrupt. She does not deserve to be the Homeland Security Secretary. We'll figure out the accountability mechanism.
We'll figure it out. I mean, there is one really big one where you could try and remove her from office. That's the big accountability mechanism here, Jeffries.
At the appropriate.
But why not use appropriations to do that, though, Leader Jeffries?
Yeah, incredibly on the ball question. Why not actually use the power you do have right in front of you right now? These people are deeply disappointing. As, like, people within my community are getting literally shot in the face left and right. Look at this guy. Look at this guy with a goddamn huge gun pointed in his face. Literally a second later. Just, goddamn. God damn. And, like, I see folks trying to say, oh, it's a uniparty, it's a uniparty, it's a uniparty. But some people locally are responding a bit better. And that response is largely driven by those of us on the ground. You guys, me, folks who are working class, everyday people who are not elected politicians who have been bought and paid for by the largest corporations to ever exist. Here is Sean Hannity trying to get one over on Minneapolis protesters live on Fox. Let's take a look.
Spoken to any people, or can you speak to anybody that's marching right now and ask them what it is that they're marching about?
Yeah, man. Who could say, why are people marching in Minneapolis about a federal agent summarily executing a citizen and neighbor?
Yeah. Excuse me. You tell us, what are you here marching for?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, my ears are ringing a lot, so I don't know if I'll hear perfectly. But, yeah, I'm just here because I think it's absolutely disgusting what ICE is doing here. I think it's absolutely abhorrent that they're kidnapping people. I'm disgusted that they murdered an innocent human being. And yeah, the entire thing just absolutely abhors me. This has to stop immediately. What we're seeing right now is frankly an ethnic cleansing. It's disgusting.
Hey, Garrett.
And it needs to stop. And I'm glad that there's so many people out here trying to stop this, because it's just abhorrent. We
Garrett,
need to stick together to stop this.
does he have a concern that the woman was driving her car at an officer? Does it concern this individual?
When you saw this video that is out, did you have any concern that it looked like this woman may have been driving her vehicle at the officer?
That's not what it looked like to me at all. And I mean, like, even if you did assume that was the case, which it absolutely is not, we are supposed to train officers to be responsible in these situations and judge the situation objectively, look at it reasonably. Like, there just absolutely is no justification for this. But again, looking at the video from both angles, I know that there was another clip that came out earlier today from like a different angle. You can very clearly tell that she is evacuating the scene. There is like absolutely no evidence that there's like any like attempt to drive the vehicle into the officers.
Garrett, last question. What should we do with people that don't obey our laws and come into the country illegally?
What do you think we should do with people that have come into the country illegally who are here, is the question.
I think they have the right to be here, frankly. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I think they have the right to be here. I think that's just a basic human right is freedom of movement. We recognize that in the United Nations Charter. That, in my opinion, is just a fundamental human right that all nations ought to recognize. And I'm glad that some people are standing up for that basic human right.
And what's your instrument of choice?
Instrument of choice? I just found a bell in a bag. Someone was handing out free stuff, so there we go.
I gotta be honest, this absolutely wretched narrative that conservatives are trying to peddle about this murder being systematically dismantled by that joyous protester is wonderful. Like, it fills my heart a little bit, you know? It gives me some hope that this country is not so far gone. And I do want to take a look at how locally people are responding, because again, if you are someone who's like, oh, it's a uniparty, then you have to answer to what, like, folks are putting together, both elected officials and local officials, putting together events like this. And now this is essentially a rally put together for local political figures and parents, specifically school board members as well, because yesterday, well, 2 days ago rather, Roosevelt High School in Minneapolis was attacked by ICE agents. They violently abducted multiple members of their staff, multiple teachers, in front of the children at the school, and all of them U.S. citizens. All of them U.S. citizens. They singled out non-white members of staff and abducted them. And in response, today there was just an organizing, again, outdoors, for members of the community to talk about what had happened and what we're going to do.
This last Wednesday, we saw the impunity with which ICE agents are willing to point guns and use chemical irritants around children, around neighbors, around caregivers, and around educators. We have this last...
Like, it is not the same. Local Republican politicians are not doing this. They are sitting back and they are fully complicit and fully happy about the attempt to scare and intimidate non-white people out of our communities. And it's not going to work, by the way. Like, that effort isn't going to work, but they love to see ICE agents brutalize their neighbors. They love it. Here's a statement from Jason Garcia, who's elected to the Parks and Rec Board of District 4. From the elected city government to the school board to the park board, all of us must unite and join hands and push back on the violence we're seeing from ICE at HSI and Border Patrol agents. We are limited in what we can do statutorily, but we can and must support our community members in this time. ICE is not wanted here. The tyranny of the federal government is not wanted here. Our neighbors speak loudly and clearly. Fuck ICE. prosecute the murderer of Renee Good. So that is one example of how local community is responding. Here is the statewide Minnesota DFL putting out a statement earlier today. Our schools must remain a safe place for every student, parent, and educator. The continued presence of ICE in our state is causing further trauma, chaos, and grief for our schools. The Senate Education Committee chairs and vice chairs call on ICE, leave our students and our state alone. And yeah, from the chairs and vice chairs, our schools must remain a safe place for all students, parents, and staff. And I just want to say shout out to State Senator Steve Swadzinski. He taught me American history in high school. And you know what? He was damn good at it, too. And he's a good egg. And honestly, it made my heart feel really happy to see that he's out there fighting the good fight against these fascist fucks. You know, he taught me in high school all about the events of World War II in depth. He taught me what fascism can do, how fascism rises, how fascism is evil, and now he is out there fighting fascism tooth and nail, and I, for one, really appreciate it. And finally, like, from that event you just saw, you know, Minneapolis Families for Public Schools, impossible, catastrophic, escalationists, ICE. ICE is not cool. We love our immigrant neighbors, prepared by the Immigrant Defense Network. And you might notice something about these signs. They're all being held by children. Because schools were under such threat by ICE over the past several days that the school district closed down. Schools were not open over the last 2 days because of ICE. Because they've been so unsafe and violent towards our schools. And that left the children time to show up to these local protests. And kids shouldn't have to do this. They shouldn't have to. And it's been really nice to see different local elected officials. You know, you've got multiple state senators. You also have the Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, showing up, who is running for state senate. Folks are turning up in this time, whether elected representatives or average people. And I wanted to share, I believe, yeah, 2 more things here. So first of all, here is Senator Tina Smith, who is bowing out of future elections, but Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan is running for her seat in the near future. Here is Tina Smith.
With funding set to lapse January 30th, your sense of whether or not there is appetite now among your colleagues to put some constraints on DHS?
Well, I certainly have the appetite to do that. Chris Murphy is a close friend and ally of mine in the Senate, and I agree. I don't know how I could vote for a funding bill for ICE when they are behaving in for the Department of Homeland Security, when so much of what they are doing is illegal, is lawless. And in addition, it is so clear that we need reforms to ICE. Let's just take the one issue of how they are.
Now, I do want to say Tina Smith was spitting bars until she said reforms to ICE. Nah, there's no reforming this. There's no reforming an institution that is made up almost entirely of white supremacists. Like, there's no reforming an organization that has a $100 million recruitment campaign specifically geared towards bringing in Nazis and members of the KKK. There's just no reforming that. You got to disband it. You got to abolish it. And you got to prosecute each and every one of these Weasley fucks. But, you know, I think we have two people here. Two people here who understand exactly what is called for in this moment. And they are both of the people, so to speak. So let's take a look. This is at the local Timberwolves basketball game the other day. They had a moment of silence for Renee Good's murder.
We're saddened by the tragedy that occurred
Yesterday, in our Minneapolis community, in the loss of Renee Nicole Good. Our thoughts are with her family and everyone affected, and our hearts are with our community as we hope for healing and unity during this challenging time. Please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. We're saddened.
The moment of silence being respected by everyone and ending with "Go home, ICE." I mean, like, guys, they're not gonna beat us. They're not gonna fucking win. The people of Minneapolis are rising up. They are not sitting idly by while their friends and families and neighbors are being targeted. We are, in fact, organizing each and every day. And folks, y'all need to organize in your areas too, because this isn't just going to be a Minneapolis and Twin Cities thing. They want to do this everywhere. Their $100 million recruitment push is so that they can do this in every major city, and and once they have cracked down fully on those cities, spread their tendrils out to every suburb, every rural town in America. These people are insidious. They are an infection, and we cannot allow this to get any further than what it is right now. And I'm going to end on this legendary clip that had some music put over it. It was just so good. And then we'll keep on going here. But here you have it. Here is a local demonstrator, a Vietnam vet, showing up outside of the Whipple government building here in Minneapolis to let ICE know exactly what he thinks of them. Let's go.
You bitches!
Right here.
You heard it from me.
Oh, white supremacists.
That's right. I hope you can see through those thick-ass glasses that you fucked up. You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face, and if you don't like it, fuck you.
And I think that energy is exactly the kind of energy that is echoing and rippling throughout all of Minneapolis. Okay? If anyone speaks for the people who live here, it's that goddamn king right there. No kings but that guy. Am I right? So, all that being said, folks, people are rising up, people are taking note, and you know what? We're gonna win this shit. So, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, like, leave a comment, let me know what you think, subscribe, and please really do organize with your local Dems, really do organize with your local DSA. We have people here to help you if you don't know where to start. Join the Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and finally, folks, consider checking out ImogeneOlivia.com. It is lingerie designed from the gender euphoric lingerie, even designed from the ground up for trans femmes. But guess what? We tested it with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. If you are interested in checking that out, link should be down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going, because we're going to defeat these ICE motherfuckers. There you go, folks. He got the energy. True! With the music on it, King was spitting fire. Absolutely. Absolutely. I bet Jazz Dog could make like a fucking kick-ass song out of that. All that being said, folks, we've been going for almost 3 hours now. If you're getting anything out of this, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Do the things, you know, the things that help the channel get bigger and better. And, you know, we got a little song here. Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Tedek, thank you very much for the gifted sub. I'm kind of dividing this segment on Renee Good into two different parts here. One is kind of like where things are at right now in the community, and the part we're about to get into is how conservatives are responding to what is happening. So we're not quite done with the alert list segment of stream yet, but I do appreciate all of you who have been dropping those subs and donos, even though there's no text to speech at the moment. It really is. I really, really do appreciate it. Okay. Did you see the issue I posted about? No. Keep in mind, I'm keeping an eye on like 3 different chats, so. Whew. How y'all doing? You doing okay? You guys feeling okay? I've got a little bit of a palate cleanser before we go too deep here. Y'all ready? Very leftist people not believing in voting. Yeah, well, there are dumbass bitches in any group, and people who don't believe in using electoral voting as part of their overall strategy are doomer as shit, and I don't have time for them. Look, voting is part of it should be a part of any given organizing strategy, but organizing people to vote is literally the entry level of activism. Like, if you can't get people to show up for a vote, you're not going to get people to show up to, like, throw down with like law enforcement if that is necessary. Like, that's not like the lowest form of being politically active is showing up and voting. And what we need right now is for a bunch of you to go beyond that into active organizing, because active organizing can incorporate, of course, getting people out to vote when elections roll around, but being politically active should be a much more commonplace thing than just once every 2 or 4 years. I really hope the protests this weekend don't lead to more casualties. I will be at the St. Paul one. I'm a bit scared of what I might see. Yeah, remember, folks, when you're out protesting, remember to keep yourselves safe, keep an eye open, try and keep it peaceful. Can we vote for you for president? Well, Mad Mart, I know you're in the UK, so I know you can't vote for me to be president. I don't think other people should vote for me to be president unless, like, I have a weirdly much larger audience than my YouTube numbers suggest that I do. Let's see here. Y'all ready for another segment? Also, Soren Salvia, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. His Dark Angel, thank you for the $2 dono. Uniparty, I disagree. But Schumer and Jeffries and centrist Dems in general, we must fight them tooth and nail. K-Thing, thank you for the £2. This is the importance of building communities. True. Jay the Cryptid, thank you for the $2 super chat. They're masking up even more thoroughly. Cowards. Yep. T-Life, thank you for the $2 Canadian. Spare change for your troubles. Thank you very much. Appreciated. And let's get going. Okay, we got a lot more stuff to cover here. Super Jet Guy, I don't think there are plans yet for something that is a year away. Okay. Although I'm sure it has something to do with organizing election observers. All right, we're going to do a little bit of a palate cleanse here. Here is 30 seconds of a rhinoceros and a dik-dik facing off in brutal combat. Do you hear it eeping? Do you hear its little eeps? I think it's right here. Eep. Eep. It's little chirps. It's very cute. I don't know. I just thought it was fun. Giant armored puppy. Yeah, they're playing. It's adorable. Pretty sure that's a muntjac, a small deer, not a dik-dik. Isn't a dik-dik a small deer? Oh, you're right. They're much skinnier. Dik-diks are much skinnier. And I guess they're technically an antelope. You're right. Now I want to be a zoologist. That'd be such a fun job, Melanie. Boobs. Taco face fart. Thank you. I do have boobs. I've worked hard to cultivate them. It especially makes transphobes really cummy. Yeah, really cummy. Whew. Whew. What a slip of the tongue on that one, but accurate. It makes transphobes look really funny because they are like, oh, you're a man. And then, like, I just have the biggest set of tits you've ever seen in your life. All right. Two dads kissing. No. Did I miss a transphobe? You didn't. But not yesterday, 2 days ago, last time I streamed, chat was just full of people being awful. All right. You guys ready to talk about the Republican response to Renee Good's murder? Because it's infuriating. You got bigger jugs than me, Madge? I'm sorry. It runs in my family, unironically. Should I come back later? The response will piss me off. I mean, you gotta manage. I can't determine when you should or should not come back. But yes, the response will piss you off. You gotta do a Gandalf Big Naturals cosplay. I unironically have a fake beard specifically for a Gandalf cosplay, but I bought it when I was still like pre-transition, so the vibes of that beard are very different. Maybe I need to get a new one. Big asses and yiddies running my fam too. Hell yes, Melanie. Also, folks, consider supporting the stream with your subs, your donos, your memberships, your super chats. We are currently sitting just shy of 350, and when we hit 500, we're going to be doing a watch through of Holy Mackerel on our next fun day. So just letting you know, it's not all doom and gloom all the time. We will be watching a weird Lent-themed comedy sketch group put together by a group that the Southern Poverty Law Center has labeled a hate group, which is surreal as hell. but consider that. Is Dono Ghost limited to 1 per stream? Nah, we can play Dono Ghost more than 1 time. But the Dono Ghost must be fed with the donos. Okay, folks. Y'all ready? Yo, Madmart, unironically, if I showed you guys pre-transition pics of me, you guys would be very confused. When generally, whenever it comes up, people are like, "Why are you showing me pictures of like your brother?" God, the family yams. Jesus. King Kerplunk, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you. And woo, indeed. All right. We got a little bit of our sillies out. It's time for us to jump into a less silly part of stream. Let's do it. Y'all ready? I keep forgetting you're trans a lot. You don't get periods or risk pregnancy either. I mean, yeah, I don't get periods. And I'm not at risk of getting pregnant. That's true. Yet, but with the power of medical science, maybe someday. See you, Jack. Love to say, but I feel the feel the need to break. Totally understandable, Blue Phoenix. Segments will always wind up on YouTube. And folks, well, that is true, Faulty Soup. I do get monthly hormone swings. The hormone swings do still happen even without the period itself. My wife got a hysterectomy. It's been the best thing in her life. One of the weirdest goddamn things in the world is apparently how gate-kept hysterectomies are. Like doctors will just be like, "Oh, you don't want your uterus anymore?" Well, I can't let you do that because you might need it in the future. It's genuinely bizarre. The amount of hoops you have to go through, like the attitude a lot of doctors have, it's very, very weird. Yeah, what does your husband think is like a common thing. Why are they gate kept? Sexism? Yep, sexism. If your femboy isn't getting pregnant, you just have to try harder. All right, enough of this talk. Let's get into our segment, huh? So, folks, we have to talk a little bit about the conservative response to the murder of Renee Good, which has been abhorrent, I think would be an understatement. I am going to start off on a note of strength, though, and it as much as it pains me here, Mayor Fry of Minneapolis, I don't like him. He beat a recent socialist candidate for office that I was really rooting for, Omar Fateh, and so I'm a little bit hurt about that, but also I just don't like Mayor Fry. I think he has he did not handle the George Floyd protests well. He's been uniquely disappointing, I'll say. But with that being said, I do like his rhetoric and language around what has been happening with ICE. And just to catch you all up, he said this a couple days ago.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get.
We thank you.
Like, I gotta be honest. I echo Gamer G's frustration because, like, I feel like this response on a national stage is all but gonna guarantee that there's gonna be a lot of pressure on him to become governor or, you know, senator or congressman, and I dislike that. I think he's pretty weak on a lot of different issues, but rhetorically here, you can't deny he is absolutely on his game. Here he is, following that appearance up just 2 days ago on CNN, and here is his response to conservatives, because of course conservatives in the aftermath of Renee Good's death have been chiding Mayor Fry for his strong language. You know, forget the fact that their main political support is for, you know, a guy who is famous for talking about grabbing women by the genitals. You know, like, but no, their problem is when a mayor of a town being terrorized by thousands of masked goons and federal agents, well, like, says the fuck word. Well, also, simultaneously, a lot of these MAGA folks are all about, like, Clyde Bundy and the Bundy Ranch standoff with federal agents. And, like, they're all about, like, Waco and, like, super anti the ATF. And, like, oh, those armed government goons coming in to harass people, that's bad. But when masked agents that are unaccountable to any system of justice show up in your city, that's good. That's good. But here is Mayor Fry responding to the Republican response to him.
I've seen a lot of Republicans here in Washington criticizing those comments, saying that you're escalating tensions with that. Can you respond to them, and what do you say to them tonight, people who criticize those comments?
I'm so sorry if I offended their Disney princess ears, but here's the thing. If we're talking about what's inflammatory, on the one hand, you got someone who dropped an F-bomb, and on the other hand, you got someone who killed somebody else. F-bomb, killing somebody. I think the more inflammatory action is killing somebody. And so, once again, let's be real and just honest and straight up about what's happening here. This is not okay. The way they're coming into cities, not just Minneapolis, but around the country, is not okay. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you should understand the importance of constitutional law enforcement. You should understand the importance of not discriminating based on race and randomly plucking people off the street because they're Somali or Latino. And especially from what we've seen, you should also understand the importance of de-escalating tense situations, not killing people and yanking out a gun. And so, again, I'm not going to preempt the investigation. It is important that we do that. And at the same time, you know, you want to make a big deal about an F-bomb, let's make a big deal about our Constitution. I think that's probably the better route.
It pains me to admit that he comes across looking so good here, because he's right. He's right on all accounts. He's right on all accounts. And I gotta be honest, we're looking at not just, like, oh, well, they're shooting people and killing people, but like new data came out just yesterday. Just yesterday. According to the ICE's own statistics, okay? This is the breakdown. This is the breakdown of ICE detainments by conviction or criminal association. Here it is by year. And you can see from last year to this year, from very low numbers, suddenly no criminal record whatsoever or criminal association whatsoever or pending criminal charges. It's just no criminal record whatsoever has become, by and large, the most and largest portion of who is in ICE detention. They are taking people who have done nothing wrong other than to be here and putting them into for-profit facilities that are leeching off of your tax dollars. And on top of that, like, they aren't going to stop. They aren't planning on slowing down. That graph shows you exactly who they are intentionally targeting here. And it's people who've done nothing wrong. It is people who have done lesser crimes than what you do when you go like a mile or two per hour over the speed limit. That is a more serious offense than what they are guilty of. Can I get a link to that data? Yeah, this data is put together by Austin Kocher, or Austin Coker, perhaps, on his Substack. Here's a link to it. You can find a much more detailed breakdown of a lot of this. But it is staggering, to say the least. And here now we have CBS News, which is now under Barry Weiss leadership, and they're both sidesing Renee Good's murder. So this is Tony Dakupil. I can't pronounce his last name right. The new anchor at CBS. I'm going to read you guys how he presented this entire situation while he was reporting from the ground, I believe earlier tonight. There is so much to say about the last 24 hours, but sometimes what matters most is what is yet to be said at all, and what we all still need to hear. By now, we've all seen the videos. Renee Good is alive, and those videos behind the wheel of her SUV, her 3 children expecting mom home again soon. And we've seen the freeze frames too. We've heard the political warfare, the clashing declarations about what happened, and unfortunately, we know the ending for Renee Good. Nothing is going to change that. Yet what we have not yet heard is one another. I spoke to people today who have not slept since it happened, who want ICE out now, who don't like masked men on their street, don't want their neighbors arrested, don't want their families ripped apart. I have heard too, not on the streets protesting, but in passionate notes in my inbox from people who want to see our immigration laws enforced legally and peacefully with safety for all, including the officers who, in many cases, are also parents themselves. These are both deeply American sentiments. Why does this sound like AI? Because it might be, unironically. But our job now is maybe the most American thing of all. It's to find a way to live with people who are genuinely different from us, to try to be fair to them, and in doing so, to make things better and keep things decent. Because in America, no one else is going to do it for us. It's not my job to tell you what to think about what happened here yesterday, but I can tell you what we owe our children as a nation. That is better than a nation that is better than the one we live in today. And I can say that because we all know it's true. His entire closing remarks from after reporting on the ground and talking with people who are out there protesting, his entire remarks closing out tonight's broadcast were essentially saying, won't someone think about the poor ICE agents? Won't someone think about the poor masked men who are abducting people out of your neighborhoods? Why can't you coexist with the secret police that are attacking you and killing you? And I feel like it's not difficult to figure out why coexistence with people who are actively killing you and actively trying to abduct you and disappear you into an unaccountable extrajudicial system. I shouldn't have to point out here why that is not, in fact, at all conscionable. It's not a difficult topic. It's not a difficult question. And the fact that the new CBS is trying to both sides this, it's a joke. It's a joke on the American people. It's a joke on any person who has ever put any trust into CBS. Like, it's just unconscionable. And additionally, I want to call out here the Fraternal Order of Police here in Minnesota, which is maybe one of the most heinous groups in the country at the moment. Here you have their statement on what happened with Renee Good. The Fraternal Order of Police stands with ICE. Minnesota Fraternal Order of Police condemns rhetoric. The Minnesota Fraternal Order of Police stands with the men and women of law enforcement across the country. Over the past month, while federal law enforcement has been doing their job in Minnesota, political and community leaders have condemned and vilified them. The hateful and anti-law enforcement rhetoric by Mayor Fry and other politicians have made their jobs and those of local and state law enforcement more difficult and dangerous. The job of law enforcement is difficult and dangerous enough without the agitation by leaders in our state and communities. When citizens are accused of a crime, they're given the presumption of innocence as afforded by due process. When there's an incident involving law enforcement, politicians and activists immediately condemn those involved and are scrambling for sound bites. They do not afford them the same due process, but rather convict them in public court of opinion while an investigation is barely beginning. The Minnesota Fraternal Order of Police condemns these attacks on law enforcement and calls on politicians and leaders to stop the anti-law enforcement rhetoric and to ask for calm while the facts come out. By the way, the Fraternal Order of Police in Minnesota still, I believe, still to this day, stand by Derek Chauvin, the man who murdered George Floyd by kneeling on his neck for like 15 minutes. That's the people who are in the corner of Jonathan Ross, Renee Good's killer. And this is why, by the way, many people in the local area do not trust the police anymore. It's because they are routinely saying, well, we're going to side with the people who want to kill you guys. You know? And not only that, the government, the federal government, has amped up pressure on Minnesota in particular. Earlier today, Donald Trump and Secretary Brooke Rollins announced that they were going to cut off all USDA funding to Minnesota, which I want to remind folks is predominantly a farming state. So USDA funds being cut off to Minnesota is a pretty fucking huge deal. Like, many farms rely on funds from the USDA. It's like a colossal deal. And I gotta be honest, this is not gonna make people any friends. It's not gonna make conservatives any friends. Like, if you wanted to piss off entire rural communities and get the, like, otherwise red communities, and get them to side with protesters, there's no way you could have done it faster than by doing this. But honestly, conservatives don't care. Conservatives are gleeful at the wanton punishment of people here in Minnesota and Minneapolis, because to them, we're not real people. To them, we're, you know, a flyover state that doesn't really matter that much, and that just somehow happens to be the place where a lot of social events and movements begin. Here in Wisconsin, we put pressure on the largest indigenous tribe here, the Oneida tribe, because they had a contract with ICE. We got them to cancel that contract. Keep forgetting to mention this. That's awesome. Keep up that pressure. Keep up that pressure every damn place. Additionally here, folks, we now get into the fun world of different elected officials and media personalities trying to chide protesters for protesting. A federal agent summarily executing an innocent woman.
And we need to see some improvement in the fact that people need to quit demonstrating, quit yelling at law enforcement, challenging law enforcement, and begin to get civil. And until we do that, we're going to have I guess we're going to have it this way. And the people that are staying in their homes are doing the right thing, need to be protected.
Do you think that the White House also
We just look, you're all being terribly rude. And as long as you're being rude, we're going to keep on beating and killing and shooting you. All right? That's just what we're going to do here, all right? If you stopped complaining so much about us killing y'all, maybe we'd be nicer to you. While still killing you. On your graph, entering this country is illegal, so when they are arresting illegals, they might not have a criminal record, but find visa overstays, entry without inspection, administrative violation. They have a criminal the moment they enter the country illegally. It's gone up recently because ICE and the government has cracked down on these issues. Yeah, you're right. We should have a secret police force that investigates anyone who's found to be in violation of the speed limit. Anyone who drives faster than the stated speed limit should be disappeared into an unaccountable extrajudicial system where they can be tortured, raped, put into forced labor camps for profit, and then sent back to wherever they came from. You're right. That totally makes sense. You're right. That is exactly how that should be used. Yeah, how silly me. You understand how stupid that sounds, right? You understand how utterly comically villainous that sounds, right? There's a much simpler way to deal with this, and that is to offer people a pathway to citizenship and ways that they can declare their presence here in the United States or pay a fine, for example, without, sending a goddamn secret police force to abduct my neighbors and kill my neighbors. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, and get the fuck out of here. You piece of shit. You un-American piece of shit. You're a traitor to everything that this country holds dear, and a traitor to any kind of law and order in this country. I'm not entertaining this shit today. I'm in the Marines. That's worse. You understand, right? Well, I'm in the Marines. You shouldn't be in the goddamn Marines. You're a disgrace to the uniform and this country. Get the fuck out. God. Any Marine worth their salt would beat your ass. All right. Well, there is a pathway to citizenship. Not to every undocumented person, dipshit. God. Anyway, here's what conservatives are advocating for right now.
You have an army. Well, she's holding up with paperwork. That's great. Burn the papers. Go in. Be president. Save the country. You're the guy who tweeted out, "He who saves his country violates no law." Let's see it. Do it. We've got a country to save. No more playing games. No, arrest Tim Walsh, bring him to D.C., try him, and hang him. Honor Christ. Save the country. This is what we got to do.
This is where conservatives are, by the way. It's not like even a simple oh, we have to know who's coming into the country anymore. It is no. You don't understand. We have to summarily execute our political enemies. Now, you might be wondering, who is that? Well, that is a Christian nationalist pastor named Joel Webbin. For those of you who don't know, he is one of the people who is the founder of Right Response Ministries. Let's just take a quick look here.
Right Response Ministries exists to cultivate right love for God in people's hearts by providing right knowledge of God for people's minds. The evangelical church today is plagued by theological famine. Christians are completely ignorant of some of the most foundational biblical doctrines. People's hearts have effectively been divorced from their minds, but the heart cannot love what the mind does not know. In addition to the problem of theological ignorance, much of the evangelical church has been completely hamstrung by impotent pietism. Instead of recognizing Christ as having all authority in heaven and on earth,
yes, he is a Christian nationalist, fascist who would be right at home in Nazi Germany. He'd be like happy as a pig in mud.
Many Christians live their lives as though King Jesus is merely reigning in the 17th dimension in some ethereal realm. In other words, apart from all the false teachers and woke imposters, we have an epidemic of Christians who don't know what the Bible teaches, as well as countless other Christians who refuse to actually apply the whole counsel of God to the whole of human society. Sure, some biblically conservative Christians are still willing to apply the Bible in the home and in the church, but many of these Christians stop short of applying the Bible anywhere else. They pretend as though the areas of politics, medicine, arts, and economics are somehow neutral areas, void of any moral implications. So in light of all this, Right Response Ministries is devoted to one thing above all else: the sufficiency of Scripture. Scripture is not merely sufficient for illuminating the path to salvation. It is not merely sufficient for being a godly husband and father, being a godly wife.
Okay, this is going way too long. And also, I feel like it should be pretty obvious that he's full of shit. Like, I grew up in, like, fundamentalist Christianity. You know, my dad did not believe in evolution, for example. And I just really want to hammer home here that even at the peak of my Christian belief, I would have found this guy to be so utterly full of shit and so utterly abhorrent and hateful. I would have been so mad that this guy was misusing the fundamental thing that I believed in and held as most important to myself. And I think that any Christian of conscience and faith should oppose this man and the things he believes. Um, and if you think, oh, well, you know, maybe maybe he's just a misunderstood guy. Would it shock you to know that he recently did a 10-hour-long, 10-part interview with Nick Fuentes? Because he did. Nick Fuentes and Joel Webben agree that non-Christians should be banned from holding public office. Because, again, they're hateful pieces of shit who do not love America and do not care about what America is. They want to remake it as their own little fascistic paradise. That's it. How long? 10 hours. And, well, here you go. Here is, moving on from that, here is Renee Good's wife, Becca Good, talking to NPR, saying, Renee leaves behind 3 extraordinary children. The youngest is just 6 years old and already lost his father. I am now left to raise our son and to continue teaching him, as Renee believed that there are people building a better world for him, that the people who did this had fear and anger in their hearts, and we need to show them a better way. And in response to that, Stephen Miller's wife, Katie Miller, said, what I saw in that video is not kindness from Becca, just another sad liberal angry at the world because daddy didn't love her enough. As she mocks, as she mocks the bereaved wife of a woman who was murdered by ICE. These people are fucking freaks. These people are freaks. And Renee Good, her crime was giving a damn about her neighbors and members of her community. That was her crime. And for that, she lost her life. She was killed, executed violently by these white supremacist pieces of shit that have voluntarily taken jobs in ICE. These are all people, by the way, who were trying to lead a witch hunt not 2 months ago for anyone who had a bad word to say about Charlie Kirk. That's where we're at right now. Okay? Where's the sub goal at? The sub goal is at 352. She wasn't even from Minnesota, not murdered. Shut the fuck up, you piece of heartless shit. Do-do. Get the fuck out of the Marines. It's the Marine from earlier. Yeah. You know, this is when I talk about the differences between conservatives and people on the left. One of the differences I have highlighted in the past is that conservatives, they have smaller ideas of what their community is and who they care about. Some of these people who are conservatives, they only care about themselves. Some of them only care about their immediate family, some of them their extended family, some their town, etc. But most of them cannot conceive of people who have a larger idea of community or neighborliness. They can't do it. They cannot conceive of someone like Mr. Rogers, who gave a damn and considered all children part of his community. They cannot conceive of someone who is saying, well, treat everyone like you would your neighbor. Which is, by the way, one of the fundamental tenets of Christianity, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. They cannot conceive of it. They are alien to the very religion that they profess to believe in. They are alien to the rest of their communities. They cannot conceive of the idea that someone moves into a community and becomes a part of it and cares about it and gives a damn about it and wants to help the people in it. To them, they're like, well, your community is wherever you grew up. Couldn't possibly be anywhere else. Your community couldn't possibly be the new place you live in now and the new people who are around you. How could you possibly care about people like that? People you might not have ever said hello to. People you might never have ever seen before. How can they be your neighbors? Because some people actually care about people in their community, and some people's idea of community goes beyond those that they routinely say hello to and trade, small talk with. It is not that difficult to conceive of, but for a lot of conservatives, their worlds are deliberately small and weak. And they cannot think beyond the walls that they have put themselves behind. And that is what can lead to this culture of fear, this culture of desperation, this culture of might makes right that conservatives embrace wholeheartedly. It's because they're afraid. It's because they're not curious about other people, because they're afraid. They're afraid of what they might learn about themselves. They're afraid that they might care about people outside of their predetermined communities. They are afraid. And I'm going to label that fear what it is. It's weakness. It is weak to be afraid of people who look different than you. It is weak to be afraid of people who speak differently than you. It is weak to be afraid of learning new things. If your idea of the world cannot survive learning new things, then your idea of the world is wrong and should die. And the conservative idea of the world is wrong, and that idea has no business in any kind of loving and supportive community. Don't feed the trolls, they don't care for themselves. I'm saying this now not for the trolls. I'm saying this for you guys. You know? I'm saying this for anyone who's watching who might be on the fence. I'm never saying it to convince the dipshits who come here to be remorseless ghouls. They've already committed themselves to their worldview. I'm saying this to you guys who have hearts, who give a damn, who care about people, who have the courage to show up every day and give a damn. But I'm sorry you lost your brother to this hate. It's really painful to watch someone slip away. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not saying you are. I'm explaining my actions. And I hope that that made it clear. We're all in this together, folks. And now we get to JD Vance, who, you know, we watched this footage earlier. I'm going to play it again. The side-by-side, if I can find it here. Where is it? Right here? Yes. JD Vance posted this. Oh god, not this. Sorry, I'm organizing this. So JD Vance posted, "Watch this, as hard as it is. Many of you have been told this law enforcement officer wasn't hit by a car, wasn't being harassed, and murdered an innocent woman. The reality is his life was endangered and he fired in self-defense." And then he shared the footage we're seeing here. And again, warning, we are about to watch a woman being murdered by ICE, shot in the face. The footage that he has shared is on the right. It has been linked to another angle of the footage on the left, so you can see what happened. Here you go. So he gets out of the car. That's fine. I'm not mad at you.
That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
So you can see here, and I've slowed it down in the past, but the car begins moving forward. You see the wheels continue to turn to avoid hitting the guy who's standing directly in front of the car, who is already pulling his gun. And then you can see, like, he flips his phone up and then fires already clear of the car. You can see where his feet are when he fires. He is clear of the goddamn car. You can see both of his feet clear of the car. But they're trying to present an angle that doesn't show where he is in relation to the car in order to try and claim, oh, see, he was firing in self-defense, when that is not what that video shows whatsoever, especially when paired one-to-one exactly with the incident itself. And again, you can hear him say, fucking bitch, afterwards. So I have no patience for anyone coming in here today to say, oh, well, you know, she had it coming. But here's JD Vance writing a goddamn essay about how Renee Good, mother of 3, deserved what she got. This is preposterous. First of all, she's not waving the officers through, well, one, you can see a car pass her, so that's just not true. Like, cars are going around her in the longer videos we've seen, but okay. Has no right to do so, even if she were. She is waving another car through before the officers approach her car. The other car, by the way, was another ICE car. Second, the officers are not randomly searching her. They are approaching her vehicle because she's violating the law. Namely, she is obstructing a lawful enforcement operation. Just want to say, that's not their job. Their job is to apprehend undocumented immigrants. Just as an FYI. Local law enforcement can come and arrest her if that's the case. Namely, you're not allowed to walk up to or drive up to people who are enforcing the law to make it harder for them to do their jobs. Third, this defense attorney is drawing a meaningless distinction between an ICE officer and a real police officer. Again, you're not allowed to interrupt a lawful enforcement operation, which is exactly what this woman was doing. Hey, question. Who was... What operation was happening there? Who were they trying to apprehend? What enforcement operation was happening there, other than, I guess, if is JD Vance trying to say if there is an active ICE operation in Minneapolis for the duration of that ICE operation, 24/7, like, if you happen to accidentally get in the way of an ICE officer, are you guilty of obstructing? Like, if they're, like, I don't know, if they're driving to pick up Twinkies at, like, a gas station and you cut them off in traffic, are they allowed to kill you because you've obstructed their legal operation? Nah, it's all bullshit. It's all horse shit. Fourth, the officer didn't discharge his weapon to prevent her from fleeing. When he discharged his weapon, she had pointed the vehicle at him and pressed the gas. That is not the case at all. You can watch the video. You can look at the breakdowns from the New York Times and Bellingcat, and even just the plain old video I just played for you guys. Bullshit. He discharged his weapon in self-defense, which I'm also just gonna, like, interrogate that idea a little bit. Hey, chat, what happens to someone's feet when they get shot and they're behind the wheel of a car? Just what, for you guys? They go down. Yeah, that's right. Their feet go down on the pedals. So if you are standing in front of a car and it's pointed directly at you, and you are inches away from it, and you shoot the driver of that car, the person in the driver's seat slumps down on the gas pedal. So if it was self-defense, how would that have saved his life? Just out of curiosity, if he was actually in front of the car and it was actually about to run him over, shooting her would have certainly killed him. Yeah, a corpse can't so much drive as it can drop its foot like an anchor. Exactly. So the entire argument here that, like, oh, he had to shoot her in self-defense, that would have signed his own death warrant if he had been in front of the car, which he wasn't. And we saw which way the car drove after she was dead because the car tires were pointed away from him. Like, every aspect of this, if you just think about it for, like, a fraction of a second, it invalidates their entire theory here. The gaslighting is off the charts, and I'm having none of it. This guy was doing his job. She tried to stop him from doing his job. When he approached her car, she tried to hit him. A tragedy? Absolutely. But a tragedy that falls on this woman and all of the radicals who teach people that immigration is the one type of law that rioters are allowed to interfere with. DHS handbook literally says to never fire on a driver. Oh, isn't that interesting? This is the post he is responding to. I'm a former defense attorney and currently a civil liberties attorney with no political dog in this fight. I watched the video at least 10 times from different angles and at different speeds and waited to offer an opinion, which I still reserve the right to change if additional information changes the calculus. It is very clear that the officers instigated the confrontation. The woman initially tried to wave them past her. ICE officers have no authority to search a U.S. citizen or arrest her unless there's probable cause to believe she's harboring undocumented individuals. Not a contention here. A woman surrounded by masked armed men who have no law enforcement authority over her has every right to try to escape. Video shows her steering wheel is turned to the right, clearly an attempt to leave without hitting anyone and steer clear of the officer standing towards the front of her car. That officer had time to step to the side, which is where he was when he shot her. Even a real police officer would not have the right to shoot at her for trying to flee. This is well established in the case law. Deadly force may not be used simply to prevent someone from getting away. Given that ICE officers had no law enforcement authority to begin with, and the video footage shows she was trying to escape a perceived threat, not to kill anyone, the crime is all the more inexcusable, which is, I agree with 100% of what is said here. 100% of what is said here. And Felix Forrester, I agree with you. Our city is remarkably restrained in its response here. It is, frankly, a miracle that ICE, no escalation of violence has been targeted towards ICE, despite the fact that they continue to brutalize protesters on a daily basis. And in response to all of this, folks, just as an FYI, so JD Vance's response here is that ICE officers have a right to kill the driver of a vehicle that is threatening their lives perceptibly, right? That's the argument. Like if someone is in front of your car and they fear for their lives, you are justified as an act of self-defense to kill the person driving the car. That is his argument. Can we kind of get on board with that? Is that from you guys? Yes, no? Is that at least part of his argument? I'm ashamed Crowder's Canadian. Yes. Thank you, Soren Salvia. Well, just apropos of nothing, here is a clip of JD Vance from yesterday saying more or less that.
Gotta stop.
Sir.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. Gotta stop.
Now, that's a pretty interesting thing to say. Here is just some random, unrelated footage out of Minneapolis. So, are these people entitled to self-defense here? With the JD Vance's argument? Because something tells me that JD Vance would not make this same argument in any other circumstance other than to protect his personal SS agents. Yeah, obviously, the key difference here is that JD Vance thinks that ICE agents are above the law and are able to effectively do whatever the hell they want with no consequence. Now, similarly, I guess every Republican in the House agrees with this, because earlier yesterday, Republicans voted down an attempt to open an investigation into the Minneapolis ICE shooting of Renee Good. This was just absolutely heinous. They are 100% okay with what is happening here, because fundamentally ICE is fulfilling the Republican wet dream. The Republican wet dream of doing a fucking ethnic cleansing of any black and brown people that they think, for whatever reason, don't belong here. And they are seeing ICE target queer people. They're seeing ICE target visibly non-white people. And for them, that is totally and completely fine. Part of the argument from folks that folks were making, and that I find pretty compelling, around the release of this footage, which was originally released to a news website called Alpha News, the footage of the filmed by the ICE agent, is that they wanted to show not that the ICE agent was innocent, but that this is the kind of person that, you know, Republicans should be targeting. It is, you know, perhaps the first or, you know, primary, secondary steps of creating a permission structure to do violence to people who are like Renee Good. And I think that this is going to be, this is only going to get worse and worse in the coming days. So folks in Minneapolis especially, keep safe. They're going to be crawling over us like cockroaches. Now, here is, here is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez responding to JD Vance, and I think it's a good response. I think this is a necessary response, and we're almost through some of the worst of it, but the worst of it is yet to come. I do have to tell you guys.
I understand that Vice President Vance believes that shooting a young mother of 3 in the face 3 times is an acceptable America that he wants to live in, and I do not. And that is a fundamental difference between Vice President Vance and I. I do not believe that the American people should be assassinated in the street. Thank you. I understand that Vice President...
Yeah, I mean, like, the question is, hey, are you willing to stand up for your right to not be assassinated by federal agents in the street? And, you know, I'm willing to do that. Are you guys? But conservatives, they're not. Because conservatives think it will never happen to them. It could never be, despite the fact that for like the last 40 years, there have been prominent conspiracy theories every time a Democrat is in power that like Obama's going to do death panels. Oh, they're going to make us live in hobbit homes. Oh, the US military is going to come and seize our property. They're coming for our guns. Like, despite the fact that this is literally the incarnation of everything that Republicans have used to justify their hatred of Democrats, all of the conspiracy theories, all of the lies, they don't give a damn because they're just happy to see misery and suffering inflicted on people that they hate. That's it. That's it. Now, I do want to say one thing that I find particularly hopeful around the response to JD Vance here is that it kind of seems like religious authorities are turning against JD Vance. And I say that because the National Catholic Reporter ran an op-ed specifically condemning JD Vance's takes on the basis of his Catholicism, that justifying Renee Good's murder is fundamentally anti-Catholic. Today, JD Vance has taken to social media to justify the shooting and blame Good for her own death. Though the full circumstances of the situation are still coming to light, widely available video evidence shows the horrific moments before, during, and after the shots were fired into Good's car. Videos of the shooting and the ensuing aftermath are graphic and disturbing. After Good was shot, her car accelerates, slamming into another car and a pole. In one video, a person can be heard identifying themselves as a physician and offering to help, only to be angrily denied by an unidentified ICE agent saying, "I don't care." The Trump administration was quick to demonize Good within hours of the event, and before a formal investigation could even be launched, Homeland Security Director Kristi Noem labeled Good's action as an act of domestic terrorism. President Donald Trump on January 7th labeled her as a disorderly, obstructing, and resisting individual who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. There is no evidence that Good was in any way involved in domestic terrorism. Video evidence seems to entirely contradict Trump's explanation of the video. And there does appear to be emerging video evidence that Good was confused by the orders she was receiving from multiple officers and was attempting to remove herself from the situation. There does not appear to be any concrete evidence of agitation, and the video does not show Good attempting to run anyone down with her car. In spite of the increasing uproar, Vice President JD Vance said he sees the situation as simple. In times past, a politician might offer thoughts and prayers, encourage those reacting to wait for the full results of an investigation, and generally try to lower the temperature. A leader might take the opportunity provided by a fresh day to soothe the broken heart of a nation and appeal to the better angels among us. JD Vance went in a different direction. As a Catholic, Vance knows better than to peddle this brand of gaslighting and agitation. Vance knows that by virtue of her humanity, Good was endowed with her inherent dignity, made in the image and likeness of God. Vance knows that only God can take life. Vance knows that protesting, fleeing, or even interfering in an ICE investigation, which there is no evidence that Good did, does not carry a death sentence. Vance knows that lying and killing are sins. Vance knows he doesn't care. Vance's twisted and wrong-headed view of Christianity has been repudiated by 2 popes. His Catholicism seems to be little more than a political prop, a tool only for his career ambitions and desire for power. The vice president's comments justifying the death of Renee Good are a moral stain on the collective witness of our Catholic faith. His repeated attempts to blame Good for her own death are fundamentally incompatible with the gospel. Our only recourse is to pray for his conversion of heart. And I gotta be honest, this is the kind of religious backlash that I think we need to see an awful lot more of from religious leaders. I think people need to start turning the fuck up. Conservatives have been incorporating religion into their critique of the government for a while now, and people who actually believe in what they profess need to start standing up and saying, nah, this is bullshit. And it wouldn't, I pray, because it's very clear from different statements that the Pope has been making recently that he's been condemning the actions of the United States on a geopolitical and global scale. It would be fitting if the Pope excommunicated JD Vance just for besmirching the Catholic cause, frankly. Okay. Now, folks, I think we need to take a look at 2 different ways. Actually, you know what? I'm going to end the segment here. I think this was a pretty good overview of the conservative response to date and some of the pushback on it. And I would love to see what people's reactions are in the comments to just what has been presented here, because people are fighting, people are organizing, and it's really important that you join them. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. We can help you. Join the Discord, reach out to GamerG for the DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for the local Dems. But folks, let me know what you think about all this, because this is we're getting into some uncharted territory. I don't know really what happens from here on out, but I'm interested in your thoughts. This administration is just so hateful and odious. And folks, I hope it brings us all together and we can ultimately see a day where we triumph over these just hateful individuals who are all too happy to triumph and crow over the murder of an innocent woman who was just trying to get home at the end of the day to her 3 kids and her wife and her dog. That being said, leave a like and please organize. Everything hinges on it. And let's keep on going. Okay, folks, we have now been going for about 4 hours. If you have been getting anything out of this, hit that follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and please consider supporting the stream with your subs, your donos, your memberships, your super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. I want to say thank you to Sake Tanuki for the 5 tier 1 subs earlier, and Not Smirt, thank you for the $5 dono as well. I very much appreciate it. And Soren Salvia, thank you for being a member. Red Rudy, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciate it. And Balthazar, he's also Dollar Store Matt Walsh. It's true. Joel Webben does look like Dollar Store Matt Walsh. I really, really appreciate it. I saw Salmon Moose ask what the dono count was. I believe we are currently at 353 out of 500. So if anyone wants to get us closer to our goal of a holy mackerel watch along, we will do that. Every sub, every dono, every membership, every paid sub, every dono, every membership goes towards this. Very much appreciate you all helping the channel grow. And yeah, blast from the past. Yeah, people thought it'd be really fun, and I agree. Did I miss the Rudy Unabomber thing? No, we've just had too many things going on. Like, the United States invaded Venezuela, abducted Nicolas Maduro, and then, like, guys, I live in Minneapolis. Like, this stuff is taking place all around me, and took place, like, on a street I drive down all the time. Northern Fox, thank you for the $10 super chat. Just got here, but thank you. You're very welcome, and thank you. Getting us up to 355. Appreciate it, folks. No, I understand. Just wasn't sure. No, I'm not mad. I'm just loud. Yeah, it's really weird, Chloe. Really, really worried about my partner. ABC was on at my coffee shop earlier, and David fucking Muir's main story of the night was a shark attack in the Virgin Islands. Very disappointing. Jesus. Okay. Now, I have one more segment to round out what we're talking about. Splintered Orion! First of all, before we get into the next one, thank you for the tier 4 sub over on the Riverboat site. My god. Thank you so much. That is extremely generous of you. I believe that's 69. Nice. Little bit of my maple syrup money. Thank you very much for the $2 Canadian. I appreciate it. And I think there have been enough of those $2 donos that brings it up to 70. So thank you very, very much. Now, I do want to warn you all that this final third part of what we're going to talk about is going to be incredibly infuriating in a way I think many of you haven't experienced in a while. And just keep in mind as we go through the infuriating bit that we are going to end on an uplifting note. Okay. So don't doom. Okay. Here you go, folks. Ready? You guys ready? Ready for a second? $70 is good, but nice was for $69. Yeah. That necklace is really cool. Thank you. It drives me a little nuts because it's weighted weird, so it constantly like shifts over to the side. But you can tell like it's not perfectly symmetrical, which is why it shifts. But I like it a lot. All right, here we go, folks. So, folks, I wanted to compare two different reactions to the murder of Renee Good. And I wanted to take a look at like a conservative pundit's reaction, like one of the conservatives that we routinely cover here on the show, and contrast it with how another political commentator on the left is talking about this. And I wanted to do this partly because I just cannot find it in myself to go through, you know, what's Ben Shapiro's take on the murder, what's Megyn Kelly's take on the murder, because I can only take looking at these commentators like ghoulishly justify the murder of an innocent woman so many times. And so I figured that I would pick one and then just compare and contrast that. And one of the ones that I thought of off the top of my head was Steven Crowder. And specifically, I thought about that because I remember covering his just inhumanly cruel coverage around the murder of George Floyd. And part of his coverage was basically to try and reenact George Floyd's killing. To say, oh, well, no way kneeling on someone's neck for 10 minutes could kill them. And I gotta be honest, I wasn't expecting almost like a complete repeat of that, but that is in fact what we got. And I'm not going to subject you guys to the full video because again, there's only so much cruelty that people can take, I think. And I figure we will cover a small part of this because I have no desire to subject you all to an hour plus and me meticulously breaking down said hour plus of cruel, hateful bullshit. But I think we can just take a look at this short part of the cruel bullshit to kind of get an idea of where conservatives are at. So let's take a look. This is from his recent video on YouTube, The Truth About the Minneapolis ICE Shooting. So here we go.
And I told this man, author Don Winslow, that I would address him by name because he's such a piece of shit. I love it. So there are quite a few people saying this. This is the one that got the most.
By the way, you'll note he replaced the gun that he kept on his desk with his new shitty line of brain supplements because he's slowly morphing into Alex Jones.
Action. Well, the wheels are aimed away from the officer, so he should see that. He could have easily seen it as a clear sign of intent. Here's Don Winslow writing about that. The wheels are fully turned away from the officer. Watch in slow-mo. We will. No intention, in my opinion, to hit anyone. Sole intention based on wheel/steering wheel to leave that scene, not a threat. Look at the wheel. Well, here's the...
Okay, I'm also just going to throw this out there. If you're standing directly in front of a car and you step off to the side, you can in fact just not get hit by the car. Just throwing that out there. You know, like cars can't just decide to move in a direction their wheels are not turning. So you could simply step out of the trajectory of the car, which is in fact what he did, weirdly enough. Odd that.
Truth. They were aimed.
Yeah, if he was looking at her, he would have seen her turn the steering wheel. Exactly. How do wheels turn, chat?
The officer, I don't know if you know, that's why she hit him. The wheels do then turn, which this officer would have had to witness within 0.79 seconds.
Yeah, you know, the officer that was looking directly at her and had his camera out to film her actions. Yeah, he would have noticed which way she was turning the wheel, man.
That's how long it took from his weapon being drawn and the wheels being turned while she was already on a trajectory to hit him. 0.79 seconds is about how long it took it would take place.
The definition of a split second.
The definition of a split second. And so we decided to find the closest vehicle that we could to recreate this scenario. Exact angle, exact distance. I'll be the officer. Josh will be the attempted vehicular homicide assailant. And
I'm sorry, if you believe, okay, just real quick, if you believe that she was actually trying to run him over, this again, I need to reiterate, and I've said this multiple times now, if you're in front of the car and you believe she's trying to hit you, shooting her would, one, be a violation of DHS's handbook on not shooting people who are behind the wheels of cars, because if you shoot them, the foot goes limp and the car accelerates and kills you. Like, if it's in self-defense, shooting her is literally the worst possible move. But it's not in self-defense. It's murder.
I can put this one to bed. Again, it matters because the goalposts have been moved, right? They started off with she didn't hit anyone. But we'll go through all of them as to remove all doubt. Here you go, and draw your own conclusions. I'm at the exact distance, exact angle where he would be. Should be able to see the wheel turn within that fraction of a second, right? I've chosen to use a tiny little Keltec unloaded.
It's also not the same kind of car.
With a laser so you can see. So he's right here. All right, from here I can't see the wheel. He draws his gun.
Yeah, because, you know, his vision would have been down at the hood of the car and not where he was filming, which was her face in the car where the steering wheel is.
And then, yeah, you try and hit me now. She comes forward a little bit. Okay.
Look. And then she comes forward a little bit, and this isn't how it went down, though, because you see, by the time he actually pulls the trigger, he is not in front of the car.
There you go. That's enough. Collapses. He has his hand. Can you just move the wheels a bunch, like go left to right? So.
I hate this man with such a passion. Like, I'm sorry, how does this work on conservatives? How does this work on conservatives? I don't understand. Other than, like, pure confirmation bias, how does this work? Can you turn the wheel a few times? Like, can you turn the steering wheel? Move the wheels a bunch? Hey, how does one do that? Oh, with the steering wheel, in fact? Yeah, the thing that he would have been looking at as he pulled out a gun to shoot her in the face? If he was looking at her and knew enough where to fire to shoot her in the face, would he not have seen her move the steering wheel away from him? Makes you wonder.
Yeah, there's no chance. There's no chance. You can't see it.
I just
minutes there, Toolman. Did you mean 2 minutes of
Almost
black?
2 minutes.
There was a minute of black in the end.
Oh, good.
My bad.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's great.
Just found a way to fit a little racism in there.
Sounds like a Jordan Peele movie. A Minute of Black.
Yes, exactly.
1 minute till black.
19 awards. Here, by the way, is the bullet hole in the front of the windshield. So you know that, I believe you have that overlay B6. So you know that the first shot went through the front of the windshield.
the idea that, oh, well, it went through the front of the windshield. Look at where, like, I'm sorry, when you say when it went through the front of the windshield, people are going to think it happened in the middle. No, god damn it. It happened, like, right on the edge because he wasn't in front of the car when he fired. God damn. Yet, no, he thinks he's cooking all the time. Maybe conservatives, maybe all they need, maybe all those dumb motherfuckers need is for someone to, like, speak with authority and they instantly turn into, like, submissive puddles.
Okay? As it was coming around. Now, here's why that matters. You see that there and
Yeah, also, excellent point there. At an angle, it would have hit her wife. Yeah, like, the angle here is such that he would have been out of the way of the car. Like, I'm sorry.
Now, here's why that matters. You see that there, and keep in mind that GoPro is aimed down. That camera is aimed down where he would not be looking. And you could not see the tires move.
Yeah, aimed down at the hood of the car where he would not be moving. That is correct. Where you wouldn't see tires moving. That is correct. Because he would have been looking at the steering wheel, because anyone who is older than the age of 3 and has object permanence would know that the steering wheel turns where the car goes. And I know that, like, this might seem like a revolutionary new concept, but, you know, toddlers do figure that out. You know, they have those, like, plastic red, like, cars that kids, like, pedal around with their feet. Like, even they understand, like, you turn the wheel and it goes that way. You turn the wheel this way, it goes that way. Like, are we saying that this ICE agent had less intellectual capacity than, like, a 3-year-old playing with one of their little Duplo cars? Like, come on.
It gets even worse when you understand that most officers and a lot of the military, they're taught one of two different ways. You know, there's a whole argument in the gun community, they're very autistic about front sight focus or target focus. That's why people kind of move to red dots. If you ask any good shooters, they'll say it's a mix of both, right? If you focus on the front sight, the target's a little bit blurry. And if you focus on the target, the sight is a little bit blurry. Depending on the distance, you might pick one or the other. Usually it's a hybrid. And the reason that matters is because it changes your peripheral vision. So you could.
Yeah, man, he was totally taking, like, a called shot there. He definitely took his time. He was like a advanced Navy SEAL sniper, 100%.
Couldn't see it with a wide.
Did he just say autistic? Yeah, because again, he's a hateful piece of shit.
Angle lens compared to the human eye, let alone adrenaline and potential. Focusing as trained on that front.
Man, I love that in the world that these people operate in, it's totally fine for police officers to be jumpy as hell little piss babies, and that justifies any and all violence they do in the field. It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, that's about as much of that as I wanted to imbibe, because again, we're not going to go over, like, the entire thing. I just wanted you guys to see how full of shit and how crazy the kinds of justifications they're trying to construct for the murder of Renee Good are. Like, not a single one of them can actually justify this in a way that is not comically terrible. There is no rational basis for this, and that's pretty clear from everything that they've been doing. Now, I want to juxtapose Steven Crowder's statements here with the statements from one Zoran Mamdani, who did an interview on MS Now about the topic. Specifically, talks about one of the achievements he has as mayor already, but then he went on to talk about ICE in Minneapolis.
Joining me now is the mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. You have had a hell of a week, is one way to put it. You're just, again, 8 days. I think this is day 8 of your term. And you made this incredible announcement about childcare today. We're going to dig into much more of that, how it happened, what it means. But I just want to start with what we are watching unfold in Minneapolis right now, because I know you were watching this closely, too. It could happen in any city. New York City is certainly, we know, a target of this administration and their immigration policy. In a statement yesterday, you called this murder, and I know you watched the video, we all did. As you've thought about it, what should justice look like for that ICE officer?
It has to look like accountability, and I think for far too long we've seen ICE operate as an agency with a complete sense of reckless impunity. And what we need to see across this country is an understanding that no one is above the law. And we all saw that video. We all can draw the same conclusions from it. And yet what is so often lost in a video like that or in the stories that we read is the havoc that this wreaks on the family of that woman that was killed, on the community that that woman was a part of. And we know that this is only one glimpse into what has been a year full of cruelty. And I know that for many New Yorkers, when they woke up this morning and they saw that video, they felt a deep sense of anxiety about whether they were safe in their own city. And as the mayor of New York City, I want to make it clear that I will stand up for each and every person who calls the city their home, no matter where they come from or where they were born.
This administration, and the vice president repeated this today, is saying he has immunity. I mean, do you think that should fly? This is something that could happen, unfortunately, in your city as well.
I think that accountability has to be true for everyone. I think that has to be true for the ICE officer that we're speaking about and every single person in this country. And I think
Yeah, I mean, like, I remember a time in this country when even conservatives would be like, no one is above the law. But now they're also simultaneously trying to say, well, no one's above the law, except ICE, though. They can murder you, and that's fine. Except our secret police force that's targeting Black and brown people and queer, like, moms of 3. They're, if you kill one of them, ICE agents are above the law.
You can see from the many attempts at mischaracterizing what actually took place as an attempt to evade that accountability. And I want to be clear that we should not have exceptions for the laws that we put forward for each and every person. They should be applicable to all of us.
I want to play something. I think as we watch the horror of yesterday and we've seen this doubling down of this administration, it is quite telling. And I want to play something that Vice President J.D. Vance said today about the victim of this shooting and just get your reaction on the other side.
I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way.
To be clear, there is a lot of disinformation and accurate information in there that they keep on doubling down on. But what's also telling to me is that this administration has basically been smearing the victim ever since she was killed. What do comments like that tell you about their motivations?
I think it tells you that they'd like to have any and all conversations other than the fact that an ICE agent killed a woman yesterday. That's what the discussion that they would prefer not to have in this city, in this country, because it's one for which they don't have any answers. And we know that she leaves behind children, she leaves behind a family, she leaves behind friends, she leaves behind an entire city. And this is something that the administration cannot answer for because, frankly, there is no answer justifying that kind of an action.
Today, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, you were on her mind, clearly. She was asked, she was in your city. She was asked about your statement on the shooting yesterday. And she said, and you basically said that as ICE attacks neighborhoods across the country, New York stands with immigrants. That was a big thrust of your statement. She accused you of putting, quote, illegal people who have broken our law before New York City citizens. What is your response to that from Kristi Noem?
It's hard to truly make sense of that statement. All I can tell you is that here in New York City, we know that it's possible to be a New Yorker, to be an American, and also to be an immigrant. I'm one of the examples of all 3 of those things in one. And yet what we have seen time and
Yeah, it's almost like there's, I don't know, a gigantic statue outside the city that proclaims exactly why we should value immigrants. You know, I don't know. It's almost like that. Like we have a giant metal statue talking about how New York City is a beacon of light and hope to you know, the masses of people who are looking and yearning to be free. I don't know. Just say, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty crazy that a place like that would value immigrants. I don't know. Wild.
Again, is an attempt to have cities and states give up immigrants to a federal administration's attempt to fulfill its pledge to create the single largest deportation force in American history. And as the mayor of New York City, I'm going to stand up for everyone who calls the city their home, and I'm going to do so while following the laws we have in this city, laws which include sanctuary city policies that prohibit ICE agents from entering into New York City schools or properties unless they can actually provide a judicial warrant signed by a judge.
One of the reasons I was really looking forward to talking to you today, I mean, you never hold back, and I always appreciate that, is that in this moment of so much chaos and darkness in Washington, your announcement today was really a reminder that government can do good for the people, that if you have the will, if you have optimism about what is possible, that things can happen. People's lives can be made better. And this announcement today from you and Governor Hope.
Can I just say, like, it is wild to watch Zoran Mamdani appearances and have interviews be like, so you believe that you can make life better for people and not worse? Like, it's genuinely shocking that the level of trust in the US government is so low that, like, even interviewers who previously worked within the US government frame doing good and not active evil as like a wild new concept that they've never encountered before.
I should just note, puts New York City on track to become the first city in the country to provide free universal childcare, which is incredibly significant. Again, you're on day 8. How did you make this happen?
You know, I think this comes from many, many conversations that I've had with the governor and that our teams have had, all about fulfilling the commitment we have made of transforming the most expensive city in the United States into one that's affordable. But
what's that? You mean you kept a campaign promise to make universal, like, pre-K free? What? You made things better and not worse, and you kept your promise? What kind of politician are you? I just looked up, is that Jen Psaki? It is indeed. She has a show on MS Now. Like, it's wild, but it is also incredible how routinely Zoran Mamdani makes the Democratic leadership look like absolute chumps. Because, yeah, he calls it what it is, a murder. We saw a murder happen. There is no justification for it. It's just a murder. And not only that, people should stand up and fight for their immigrant communities. People should stand up and fight for their neighbors. It's not difficult. And you... like, when Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are asked, like, are you going to, like, fight ICE funding in the upcoming budget battle? And then they just, like, walk away and give non-answers. Like, it makes them look so pathetically weak and small. We need better leadership. We need better leadership. And folks, one of the best ways we can push forward legislation that keeps those of our immigrant communities safe, that pushes ICE out of our communities, that holds ICE accountable, the only way we do that is by organizing, folks. It's by organizing. I want to hold up here an achievement coming out of New Jersey, and it seems maybe small, but yesterday the New Jersey State Senate Judiciary Committee had a hearing specifically on a number of statewide laws that were going to be introduced in order to curtail ICE activities in New Jersey. And as of 10:26 p.m. last night, one of the people who was there, Julie Cohen, updated everyone. The package of 3 immigrant protection bills were approved by the New Jersey Senate Judiciary Committee tonight. They were weakened a bit, but this is a victory for immigrants' rights. The full state legislature will vote on them Monday. Strong grassroots work made it happen. Basically, folks, when you organize locally, you can work with your city officials to get ICE the fuck out of there. When you organize on the city level, it makes it easier to organize on the state level and get ICE the fuck out of there too. If you want ICE to be held accountable, there are pathways here to do so, but it requires work on our parts. No one else is going to come and save us. It's just us. We have to be the ones who step up, who go to the meetings, who organize, and who put pressure on those politicians. It has to be us. It falls on no one else. And one thing I wanted to share with all of you is specifically that Indivisible has been putting out the call for an event called Ice Out for Good. And folks, you can organize protests anywhere in the country. Mobilize Us has a number of different events happening in Minnesota, in whatever your state or location is. There are currently so many in the country right now. And you can make more. You can attend one. You can, you can use these as methods to get to know people in your community, to build up political bonds between one another, to get out there and put pressure on politicians. The more of us that show up to these, the more of us that make these, the more of us that show up and make it an issue for elected officials that they have no stance or aren't doing anything to curtail ICE, the better off we will all be. Okay, there is a way to join these. I'm going to share with you guys the link to the Mobilize page. Here you go. Mobilize.us has a lot of great political events you can attend. This is one of the ways you can start your political journey. Get involved with your local Indivisible group. If you aren't the kind of person who wants to get involved with your local Dems or your local DSA, though you should, you can get involved with your local Indivisible group, okay? And if you need help joining your local DSA, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy. Gamergy lives for helping people to join DSA, all right? She loves it when you guys reach out for help. And folks, Dragonfly is there putting a whole bunch of expertise out there for you guys to join and influence your local Dems towards more progressive action and policy. Okay, so if you need help, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for Dems, reach out to Gamergy for DSA. It is vitally important that we all get in this fight now because they are going to be trying to escalate these ICE attacks on our communities. They're going to be trying to escalate ICE's violence against our communities. They're going to be trying to go much bigger, not just here in Minneapolis, but everywhere in the country. This is a warning from us to you guys. Okay? You need to get out there. You need to get organized. They're coming. And you need to be ready when they get there. So, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, let me know what you think down in the comments. Like the video, and consider supporting financially if you are at all able, because you guys make me able to do this show. I couldn't do it without you fine folks. And last but certainly not least, please check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, but also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. People really love the revolutionary style and fit, and we're going to be having more styles and more fits and more colors coming in the near future, so please check it out. Link should be down in the doobly-doo. There y'all. Cis women love your undies? Hell yeah. There we go. Seal of approval. And let's keep on going, folks. Oof. We ever find out how Jack's partner came up with the name? She was gonna, it's just a name she really liked. All right. She thought it was a beautiful name, and a beautiful name that goes with beautiful, lingerie. Have to go to bed now. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Good night, Alan Smith. Tell the name story, please. The name story is, it's a beautiful name and it fits beautiful lingerie. Shortening it to IO really seems classy and cool. And also, yeah, I don't know, it's cool. The legend of the name. I can't tell you guys how happy I am that we didn't get bogged down in like 2 hours of going through that Steven Crowder video. It made me feel a lot better about doing that segment, not gonna lie. Folks, how y'all doing? You doing okay? Almost made me think that was your partner's name at one point. I mean, my partner is very beautiful, and I love her a lot. But that is not her name. Better now? Hell yeah. Sorta. Understandable. Okay. You know, I think... Folks, I'm gonna turn alerts back on. I think we'll do, I think we'll do this on another time, but if you guys would like to watch in advance, here is the rapid response call that Indivisible put out with a large number of different organizers talking about what you can do, how you can get involved, different actions that will move the needle meaningfully in your local community in terms of how safe people are, in terms of how organized resistance is to ICE. There you go. There's that link in all of the chats. And whoop, turning sound alerts back on. There you go. We are currently at 373 for our sub goal. This. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. There we go. We got our alerts on. Oof. Did you count my $2 dono from earlier with the sub count? The two together makes 4, which is pretty close to 5. Yeah, I've counted. I count the $2 ones. Don't you guys worry. I appreciate it, Jess. Fur babies? Nah. Whew, baby. Whoa, that alert sound though.
Thank you for the way you have done the stream. Didn't feel as anxious.
You're very welcome. It helped to have some time to process, yeah? Also, thank you for the $10 super chat, Chris Huggins. And Kazooie, thank you for the $10 Canadian earlier during the blackout on subs. I really, really appreciate it. I did incorporate all of the subs that were silent into the count, so don't you guys worry. Eddie, thank you for gifting Coder Joe a sub. I very much appreciate that as well. Folks, if you've gotten anything out of today's stream, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Consider supporting the stream financially, getting us closer to our goals. And remember to click that button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn I did, Jess. Thank you to Tacoma Blues. Which I'm just realizing now is Tacoma Blues, not Taco Ma Blues. But I do appreciate it nonetheless. It did make its way to the subtotal. Sorry I missed the stream. It's not done. Our stream isn't done, folks. We're just not doing the particular segment that we were gonna do next. I do want to say, here's another little palate cleanser for you here.
Arms together. Can you guys do this? The wheels on the bus go round.
Wait, we already saw this one.
All through the town. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Thank you so much to Simon for playing the. What is that? Good job. Yeah. And Christian for his idea. Kids have such great ideas, and he had an idea for the engine. What do you want to share? I want to share. A present? Present? Yeah. What's the present? A sun is time from the sun. The sun is a wonderful present. It keeps us warm. I love that idea. Okay, let's sing another song. What does it look like to be really tired? Can you show me? Maybe you yawn if you're tired. Maybe you go like this. Let's pretend we're bunnies and we're such tired bunnies. Oh my goodness, we love this song. See the bunnies sleeping till it's nearly noon. Shall we wake them with a merry tune? They're so still. Are they ill? Wake up soon. Hop little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Can you freeze? Freeze. I'm so tired again. Oh, let's go back to sleep.
Like, this is really endearing that he showed up to sing songs with kids.
We need another nap. Oh my goodness. See the bunnies sleeping till it's nearly noon. Shall we wake them with a merry tune? They're so still. Are they ill? Wake up soon. Ding, ding, ding. That's the alarm clock. Skip, skip, skip. Skip, little bunny. Skip, skip, skip.
Is he gonna skip?
Little bunny. Skip, skip, skip. Skip, skip, skip. Let's hop again.
Zoran, you gonna hop with them?
Hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies. Hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies. Hop, hop, hop. Hop, hop, hop. Friends, you know why I'm so happy?
You cowards.
Mayor, Mom, Johnny, why? You guys are asleep again? Time to sit again. Alice, wake up, wake up, wake up. We're awake now. One minute. I think I'm just going to ask the mayor a question. I feel happy today. How do you feel?
I feel very happy.
Why do you feel happy?
I feel happy.
I feel happy too.
We might all be feeling.
Miss Rachel. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy to be with you all. They're so charming. My heart is a puddle on the floor. Yes? You felt a little sad when you broke your feelings? I feel sad. It's okay to feel sad. I was sad the other day. But I feel really happy.
Oh,
very nice. I'm really happy to see you and you're learning to smile.
Part of what makes this really, really wonderful is that so often children are told what to do and don't have like the freedom to say how they feel or be listened to even. And like, it's really sweet that the kind of atmosphere Miss Rachel creates and seeks to create, not just in her immediate presence, but in the homes of every child who watches her videos, is like a world in which they are valued and loved, and they can safely say, hey, my feelings were hurt, or hey, I'm really happy, or I'm really worried or really sleepy. Like, she treats them like people, you know? I think that's a really important thing that so many people forget about children, is that they are people. They might not be fully grown yet, but they're people. Why justify treating children like with less respect than you would like an adult, you know? Yeah, kids in fact aren't property. Exactly. It's just really nice to see that belief in action.
So I want to share with all of you that I'm feeling happy because yesterday we announced that New York City is going to deliver universal child care for every 2-year-old across the 5 blocks.
Like, I mean, it's a concept that even like toddlers can understand, that that's a good thing. They might not fully understand the ins and outs of the policy, but they know that when they hear that, like, that's a good thing, actually.
Why do you feel happy, or what do you feel? I feel like oh, she gave you flowers.
She gave you flowers?
That was a really kind thing to do. Giving makes us so.
Everyone deserves flowers. It's true. It's true.
So happy, and giving childcare makes everyone really happy in our city. Let's sing If You're Happy and You Know It. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Stand up and let's talk our meeting.
Here's the link, everybody.
If you're happy and you know it, teachers are my heroes. They're so special, and they're
Yeah, this is, by the way, from New York One's Spectrum News. This isn't from Miss Rachel's own channel, so maybe we'll I think we can watch it without being worried about like being copyright struck and the stream temporarily getting suspended. So it's a unique opportunity, and it's really cool.
so wonderful, and we love early childhood teachers and teachers, so thank you to the teachers. But I have a whole set list here. Friends, I have an idea. Can you guys help me with something? Yeah. Okay. This class has been amazing, so I know you can do this. I have a friend here who wants to say hi. So we have to say his name, Herbie, and maybe he'll come out if we say it loud, okay? 1, 2, 3. Herbie! Oh, it was good, but I think we can do a little louder. 1, 2, 3. Herbie!
Okay, good night.
Oh, it's not time to sleep. It's time to do a song. What song are we gonna do? Well, Herbie, I think we should do the Itsy Bitsy Spider.
Okay, let's do this.
Hey, can you show Herbie your Itsy Bitsy Spider? No. Okay. No, actually, what was your key? I like that. Itsy Bitsy Spider went up the water spout. Down came the rain and washed the spider out. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain. And the itsy bitsy spider went up the spout again. Do you think we could try it faster? Yes!
I love, like, I wish I could see the full thing, but I love seeing the fact that Zoran Mamdani is singing along with a room full of kids. It's really, really fucking cute. It's really endearing. And like, I know he's a politician, and I know by virtue of being a politician, he is not infallible, and one day he will fuck us over. But like, it's just really nice and refreshing contrasting this with like the outright cowardice and evil vindictiveness of either centrist Democrats who actively want to destroy him, or the Republican administration, which is actively advocating for only bad things to happen. No good. He wouldn't skip.
Is the ABCs. Oh, a dinosaur go up the water spout?
It's Rachel.
Yeah?
The ABCs.
Okay, let's see if Herbie really knows his ABCs. Let's see if Herbie
A, B, C, D, E, F, triangle.
Let's let him try again.
Herbie, triangles aren't the letter.
E, F, elephant.
It's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Now I know my ABCs. Next time, won't you sing with me? Let's all give the kids a round of applause.
I just want to say thank you all for being the best class I have seen all year. Can we also say thank you to Miss Rachel?
Thank you, Miss Rachel. It's my pleasure to meet you guys. It is such an honor. And what's your name? Chloe wants to say something to Herbie.
Yeah. What do you want to say?
Oh, you're the best. Aww.
Might all have a chance. We'll see.
You guys want to do a little? Well, we have it. Should we do
We all want to hug Herbie. Oh.
a little picture with you? Yeah, can we? Maybe they can sit here and we can sit here. Sit right here.
Thank you for watching our YouTube.
Thanks, Errol Lewis. It was a delight. Government doesn't have to be cruel. It doesn't have to be joyless. It doesn't have to be incompetent. It doesn't have to be without a heart. It can, in fact, be effective. It can, in fact, be helpful. It can, in fact, be happy and lovely and wonderful. We can demand that in our politicians and in our political discourse. It doesn't have to be that every day we wake up to a world where, the headline news is that the President of the United States wants more people to die.
That was amazing.
It was amazing. It was unironically amazing. It was really, really nice. Just as a reminder that, we can, in fact, work towards a world where all of our politicians are actually on board with making things better, are actually on board with doing the good things instead of, just reveling in evil and political bribes from corporations, we can, in fact, have that better world. it doesn't have to be this way, and we can demand better. We should demand better. And one day we all demand better, I think we can get that world we all deserve. We just have to get louder and louder and louder until we shake the gates of heaven. You know what I'm saying? God, wasn't that lovely? Wasn't that just nice? You know, just fundamentally decent. After so much just suffering and badness, it can be good. Yeah. It can be good. I think on that note, folks, we've been going for about 5 hours. Got anything out of today's stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider financially supporting the stream. We're getting real close to almost being halfway to our goal already. So please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. You guys make this show possible. And if not, maybe I'll be back tomorrow. Who can say? Otherwise, I'll be back on Monday. But I really appreciate each and every one of you. It's an honor that you guys trust me with your time, your money, your eyeballs, and your hopes. It is humbling each and every day that I show up here. And I hope that you can take some of that energy and go out in the world and do some good. You said you felt ill? I do feel ill. I do not feel great. Dream well, yo. Dream well, dream hard, dream strong. And Chris Huggins, thank you for the $10 super chat to see us off into the night.
Mr. Rogers got my generation and more through some really tough stuff.
Yeah, and there really hasn't been a figure quite like Mr. Rogers until Miss Rachel, right? It really has been a needed niche for someone to operate in. Fez, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate you immensely. Thank you so goddamn much. And folks, remember, get involved, get organized, and don't lose hope, folks. Don't be a doomer. I will see you all maybe tomorrow and otherwise on Monday. Good night, everyone. Bye.
What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday.
We are not afraid today. Deep in my heart, I still believe we shall overcome someday. The whole wide world around, the whole wide world around, the whole wide world around today. Deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. Deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. Good night, everybody. Get good sleep, get good rest. Let's keep on going.